Imagine living a life where every action you take pulls you closer to the future you've always dreamed of. A life where you're not waiting for luck or hoping someone notices your worth, but building something so solid within yourself that the life you want has no choice but to meet you. But tell the truth, how many days have you spent waiting? Waiting for the right time, the right person, the perfect motivation, while life quietly slips by. The Stoics believed that the life you deserve isn't something you find. It's something you attract by becoming the kind of person who naturally calls it in. Not through force, not through begging the world to treat you better, but by aligning your actions, thoughts and values so clearly that opportunity can't help but come your way. Today, you're going to learn 10 Stoic principles that will shift the way you move through the world. These aren't wishful ideas. They are ancient, tested, and brutally honest tools that help you stop chasing and start becoming. So get ready, because by the end of this video, you'll have a new blueprint to attract the life you were meant for. Before we begin, I want you to anchor your mindset. Write in the comments, "Starting today, I attract the life I deserve. I am Stoic." This is more than a comment. It's your first step. It's a declaration. The more you say it, the more you'll believe it, and the more life will start to believe you too. So write it now, and let's begin. Number 1. Let your stability become your signal. People can fake a lot of things: smiles, compliments, confidence, but there's one thing that can't be faked: emotional consistency. In a world where most people panic at the first sign of discomfort, the one who remains calm becomes the center of gravity. The Stoic doesn't chase attention. They attract it, not by being loud, but by being rooted. Not by saying, "Look at me," but by silently signaling, "I don't need to be seen to be at peace." Now ask yourself, when was the last time you truly felt grounded? Not just okay, not just coping, but stable in your thoughts, in your reactions, in your energy. If your answer makes you pause, that's not a failure. It's a wake-up call. Because the truth is, life is never going to stop being chaotic. The world is not going to suddenly become calmer to suit your needs. What has to change is you. The Stoics knew that attraction, real attraction, isn't about impressing. It's about embodying. The person who does not flinch under pressure becomes magnetic to others. Why? Because in the storm of life, everyone is searching for a lighthouse, a signal, a place that feels safe, not because it eliminates the storm, but because it stands tall in the middle of it. When you become that person, people notice, not just romantically or socially, but professionally, spiritually, internally. Your energy starts sending a different message. This person won't crumble. This person knows who they are. That is the beginning of real power. But let's not pretend this is easy. The default setting of the mind is reactivity. Most people are always reacting to comments, to notifications, to stress, to expectations. The Stoic path is about breaking that loop. It's about training the nervous system to stop responding like a fire alarm every time something doesn't go according to plan. That's what stability means. It doesn't mean you never feel. It doesn't mean you suppress your emotions or pretend to be unaffected. It means you create a space between what happens and how you respond. That space is where your power lives. So how do you build this kind of stability? Start by noticing your triggers. When someone cuts you off in traffic, when a coworker criticizes you, when someone ignores your message. Do you react instantly? Do you spiral into frustration, self-doubt, or anger? Or do you pause? That pause is everything. That pause is where a Stoic breathes before speaking, where they remember, this is not about me, this is just life being life. And in that breath, they reclaim their control. The next step is to build rituals that anchor your mind daily. Stability is not a personality trait, it's a muscle, and like any muscle, it grows through repetition. Start the day not with noise, but with stillness. A short reflection, a walk, a moment of silence before checking your phone. These are not luxuries, they are lifelines. Marcus Aurelius used to write to himself each morning, not to the world, not to followers, not for approval, but to remind his own mind of who he was and how he wanted to live. He would reflect on the fact that people might lie, complain, be selfish or rude, and then he would decide in advance not to let that shake him. That's emotional preparation. That's training the mind to be proactive instead of reactive. It's like building a shield before you step onto the battlefield. Now, here's something that most people miss. Stability isn't boring. It's magnetic. People are not drawn to chaos. They may be entertained by it, but they don't trust it. Deep down, we are all pulled toward those who make us feel calm, not those who constantly need to be calmed down. Think about someone in your life who never seems to panic. Someone who speaks slowly when everyone else is shouting. Someone who listens more than they speak. Chances are that person commands respect, not because they demand it, but because they embody it. That's what stability does. It commands without controlling. It leads without dominating. It attracts without chasing. And the best part? Stability isn't about being perfect. It's about being consistent. You don't have to be the calmest person in the world. You just have to be calmer than the chaos around you. A little more grounded, a little more aware, a little more intentional. Over time, those little more moments add up, and soon your energy starts to shift. Your presence starts to speak louder than your words, and opportunities, ones that would have overlooked you before, start gravitating your way. Because people want to work with someone who won't collapse under pressure. They want to love someone who won't explode at every disagreement. They want to follow someone who doesn't need to prove their worth every second of the day. That's what Stoic stability gives you. Not just peace, but influence. Not just calm, but quiet strength. So next time life throws something unexpected at you, and it will, try this. Pause. Breathe. Don't respond. Just notice. Let that moment teach your mind that not everything needs a reaction. Some things only need your stillness. Over time, that stillness becomes your superpower. It becomes your signal. And without saying a word, the world begins to listen. Number 2, demand more from your inner voice than from the world. Everyone wants to be heard, to be seen, to be validated. It's human nature. But the Stoic understands something deeper. If the voice inside your head is weak, chaotic, or cruel, it doesn't matter how much praise the world gives you on the outside. You will always feel unstable on the inside. You will always be chasing. Ask yourself right now, what does your inner voice sound like? Is it calm? Is it clear? Or is it constantly doubting, criticizing, overthinking every step you take? Be honest, because this isn't just background noise. It's the foundation of everything. And the truth is, you don't rise by shouting louder into the world. You rise by whispering the right things into your own mind again and again until they become your default belief system. The The Stoic doesn't waste energy begging life to treat them better. They don't chase applause or approval. Instead, they focus on building an inner dialogue so strong, so honorable, so fair, that it becomes their source of energy when everything else feels silent. Their peace is not tied to applause. Their drive doesn't rely on compliments. Their courage doesn't depend on whether the world is watching. They act not because someone is cheering. They act because it's who they are, and that is rare. In a world where most people collapse without external validation, the Stoic becomes a fortress of self-respect. They know that if the voice inside becomes their greatest ally, then even in the face of failure, rejection, or obscurity, they can still move forward, with dignity, with fire, with calm. But this isn't magic. It's training. You have to train your mind the way a warrior trains their body. That means catching yourself when your inner voice starts lying to you. When it says, "You're not good enough," or "This always happens to you," or "Why even try?" You don't just let it run wild. You confront it, not with more noise, but with clarity. Replace it with, "I am learning. I am still here. I don't need perfect. I need consistent. I don't need to win. I need to move forward." That's how you begin to lead yourself from the inside out. You see, most people try to fix their life by changing things outside first. New job, new partner, new location. But if the inner voice stays the same, nothing really changes. The same doubts follow them. The same fears whisper in their ear. And so the cycle repeats. But Stoicism flips that script. Instead of demanding that the world change its opinion, the Stoic demands that their own mind speak with more honor, more steadiness, more truth. The Stoic voice does not coddle or exaggerate. It reminds, it refocuses, it redirects. And here's where it gets powerful. When your inner dialogue becomes stronger, your external world begins to shift. Not because the world changes, but because you start showing up differently. You carry yourself with more clarity. You make better decisions. You stop apologizing for your existence. And people feel that shift. Life responds to the energy of someone who doesn't need permission to move forward. It's like tuning an instrument. When your inner voice is out of tune, everything feels off. But when you tune it with discipline, when you speak to yourself with calm strength instead of scattered emotion, life begins to harmonize with you. You walk into a room differently. You speak with more certainty. You recover from setbacks faster. You stop needing others to carry you, because your own voice carries you. And that attracts everything you once begged for: respect, peace, opportunity, even love. Not because you demanded it out loud, but because your inner world made it inevitable. So how do you start strengthening that inner voice? Start by noticing how you talk to yourself when no one is listening. Are you kind? Are you fair? Or do you constantly attack yourself for every mistake, every delay, every flaw? Would you talk to a friend the way you talk to yourself? If not, it's time to rewrite the script. Every morning, before the world gives you its opinion, give yourself one. Look in the mirror, not for flaws, but for truth. Say one sentence that lifts you toward the person you want to become. It could be, "I am capable of handling anything today," or "I am not here to be perfect, I'm here to be present." Then repeat it. Not once, not twice, but enough times that it drowns out the old voice, the one built from fear, judgment, and pressure. This is not about fake positivity. This is about building trust with your own mind. And over time, that voice becomes your compass. Not the noise, not the compliments, not the doubts, Just that quiet, steady reminder inside your own head. You are not here to beg for belief. You are here to embody it. So the next time you feel lost, ignored, or doubted, don't shout louder into the world. Speak clearer to yourself, and let that clarity become the anchor that brings everything you deserve one step closer. Number 3. Trade your wanting mind for a witnessing mind. There's a kind of exhaustion that doesn't come from doing too much. It comes from wanting too much, from constantly reaching, grasping, chasing, wanting to be further ahead, wanting people to act a certain way, wanting success to come faster. And yet, the harder you chase, the further it seems to drift away. It's a law of the mind that most never learn. Desperation pushes things away. Stillness invites them in. The Stoic knows this well. They don't wake up asking, "How can I get everything I want?" They wake up asking, "How can I act with virtue today, no matter what happens?" That's the shift, from wanting to witnessing, from obsession with outcomes to mastery of actions. The wanting mind is never still. It's always thinking, "What's next?" Or, "Why don't I have this yet?" Or, "When will it finally happen for me?" It's rooted in lack. It lives in the future. And worst of all, it creates suffering, even when everything is already okay. But the witnessing mind, it's different. It sees clearly. It doesn't beg life to rearrange itself. It observes. It accepts. It responds. The Stoic doesn't stop having goals, but they stop letting their happiness depend on whether those goals arrive or not. Because here's the paradox: the less you cling, the more life brings. When you stop needing something to prove your worth, you act with freedom. When you stop chasing people to validate you, the right ones stay. When you stop obsessing over results, your energy returns to what matters: action, integrity, calm. This is not laziness. This is not apathy. This is not whatever happens, happens. This is clarity. Look at Marcus Aurelius. His meditations weren't filled with desperate pleas for power or success. They were reminders to stay focused on duty, reason, virtue. Even as emperor, he reminded himself daily, "Don't expect the world to be fair. Don't expect others to understand. Just do what is right, regardless." That's the witnessing mind in action. It's the ability to remain unmoved by praise, unbroken by setbacks, and untouched by ego. Not because nothing matters, but because the only thing that truly matters is how you show up. You might be wondering, how do I stop wanting so much? And the answer isn't to suppress your desires. It's to question them. Every time a craving arises, whether it's for attention, for success, for control, ask, what am I hoping this will fix? Is it fear, insecurity, the need to feel enough? Wanting is often a disguise for fear. The Stoic uncovers that fear, not to shame it, but to dissolve its grip. Then they shift, from grabbing to grounding, from craving to clarity, from forcing to flowing. And in that shift, a strange thing happens. Things begin to move. The very opportunities, people, and answers that seemed so far away begin to appear, not because you chased them, but because you became the kind of person who naturally welcomes them. Think of it like this. The wanting mind is a clenched fist, tight, anxious, desperate. It tries to hold on, but ends up squeezing everything out. The witnessing mind is an open palm, still, receptive, trusting. It doesn't grab, but it receives. Now apply that to your life. Instead of needing every conversation to go your way, Listen deeply. Instead of needing every project to succeed, give your best effort. Instead of needing people to stay, let them choose. Instead of needing the future to arrive, take care of the present. This kind of detachment is not a lack of passion. It's the presence of strength. It's the realization that you don't need to manipulate life to enjoy it. You just need to align your actions with who you truly are and let go of what you can't control. And this is where most people struggle. They think letting go means giving up. It doesn't. Letting go means you no longer give your peace away to things you cannot guarantee. It means your energy is no longer tied to other people's decisions, the timing of the world, or the perfection of results. It means your heart is rooted in truth, not tension. And when you live like that, when your actions are clean, your mind is steady, and your expectations are loose, life starts to feel different. Not because everything becomes perfect, but because you stop needing perfection to feel okay. So here's your practice. Today, whenever you feel yourself grasping, pause. Feel the tension in your chest. Ask yourself, am I witnessing right now, or am I wanting? Then shift. Breathe. Speak less. Watch more. React less. Reflect more. Push less. Align more. Your mind will resist this. It will scream, but I need this to happen. Let it scream. Let it wear itself out. Because the calm voice underneath, the one that knows, the one that sees, the one that waits without fear, that voice is your true compass. And when you follow that, the right things come, quietly, naturally, without drama, without begging, because nothing flows toward neediness, but everything finds its way to stillness. Number 4, become the person who can hold what you seek. Everyone talks about wanting more success, more love, more freedom, but few ever stop to ask the harder question, am I ready to hold it? It's easy to dream of the life you want. It's another thing entirely to be the kind of person who can carry it with grace, with discipline, without losing your center. The Stoic doesn't just prepare for arrival, they prepare for responsibility. They don't just want a better life, they build the strength to hold that life when it comes. Because here's the truth, the things most people want, wealth, deep relationships, influence, are not light. They are heavy, and if your inner structure is weak, they will not elevate you. They will crush you. That's why the Stoic doesn't chase rewards before building resilience. They don't demand blessings before developing backbone. First, they ask, can I hold this without dropping myself? Let's make it real. What's the point of getting more money if it magnifies your anxiety? What's the point of falling in love if you can't regulate your emotions? What's the point of success if it inflates your ego to the point of self-sabotage? That's why the Stoic builds from the inside out. They don't skip steps. They know that the world will not pour abundance into hands that tremble. Life waits until you've proven your grip. Marcus Aurelius ruled the Roman Empire, but he wasn't obsessed with being an emperor. He was obsessed with being the kind of man who could hold power without being owned by it. He wrote daily about humility, about not letting praise distort his mind, about remembering his own flaws even while wearing a crown. That's Stoicism in action. He didn't just receive greatness, he made sure it didn't destroy him. So the question is, are you becoming someone who can hold what you're asking for? Do your habits reflect the life you say you want? Do your reactions match the responsibility you seek? Do you speak like someone worthy of trust? Do you treat others the way someone with influence should? If the answer is no, good. That's not failure. That's focus. It means you now have a clear direction, Build the container first. Strengthen the character before asking for the crown. Because here's what nobody tells you. Life gives in proportion to what it believes you can carry. If you leak energy through distraction, self-doubt, poor habits, or emotional chaos, then even if the universe hands you everything you've asked for, it will slip right through your fingers. So start small. Ask yourself, can I manage the little things with discipline? Can I stay calm when things don't go my way? Can I respond to rejection without falling apart? Can I maintain clarity when emotions cloud the room? Every yes to these questions is like adding steel to your internal foundation. Every time you choose restraint over reaction, you become more trustworthy in the eyes of life. Every time you act with integrity when no one is watching, the world quietly watches and prepares to offer you more. But if you keep chasing without building, if you keep demanding more without becoming more, you'll collapse the moment pressure arrives. That's why the Stoics slows down. They don't just visualize a better life. They visualize themselves as the anchor within it. Strong, unshaken, capable. They do the hard thing before the reward shows up. They clean the inner house before inviting life's gifts in. They train the nervous system before the storm. So when the storm comes, they don't panic. They hold. And that's what makes all the difference. The world wants to give more to those who can hold it with grace, not with arrogance, not with entitlement, but with strength, with balance, with care. So whatever it is you're seeking right now, whether it's a deeper relationship, more recognition, financial breakthrough, stop asking how to get it. Start asking, how can I become the person that thing feels safe landing with? Because chaos doesn't reward fragile hands, and fortune doesn't follow fear. It follows readiness, so build it. Build the patience to wait without bitterness. Build the clarity to lead without control. Build the strength to carry success without being defined by it. Build the grace to love without losing yourself. Build the discipline to protect what you've earned. And when you do, something strange happens. You stop chasing. You start attracting. Not because you manipulated life, but because you became aligned with it. So the next time you say, I want this, immediately follow it with, am I becoming someone who can hold it? If the answer is yes, keep going. If the answer is no, start becoming. Because life is listening, and it's not asking what you want, it's asking, are you ready? Number 5. Practice reverent indifference to outcomes. Most people walk into opportunities like gamblers. Their hope is loud. Their energy is restless. They tie their self-worth to whether the answer is yes, the deal goes through, the person stays, or the door opens. They prepare with care, but deep down, they're already emotionally owned by the result. And that's why it slips away. That's why it never feels enough. The Stoic, however, moves differently. They show up with full effort, but clean hands. They give their best, but they don't beg for the result. This is what reverent indifference means. It is not cold. It is not careless. It's not pretending not to care. It's caring deeply, but without attachment. It's walking into the moment fully prepared and still being okay with whatever happens next. That energy, that's rare, and that's what makes it powerful. The Stoic says, this may work or it may not, but either way, I will walk out of this room the same person who walked in, focused, grounded, whole. That's not apathy. That's self-possession. That's emotional mastery. That's inner freedom. Because the truth is, outcomes don't define a Stoic. Effort does. Intention does. Integrity does. You see, when you are ruled by outcome, you live in chains. Every yes becomes a hit of validation. Every no becomes a collapse. You walk around tense, watching, measuring, waiting to see if the world approves. And if it doesn't, your spirit contracts. You question everything, not just your actions, but your worth. That's the trap of attachment. That's the slavery of needing a result to feel okay. But the Stoic breaks that chain. They prepare like it matters, but release like it doesn't define them. They try without tying. They care without clinging. They invest fully, then let go gently. Think about Marcus Aurelius. Every decision he made as emperor held enormous weight. The fate of armies, the peace of nations, the lives of millions. And yet he wrote again and again in his journal that the only thing in his control was his intention and action, not the ripple effect. He said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." This isn't a philosophy of laziness. It's a discipline of detachment. It's the art of giving your best and still being whole, even if nothing goes your way. And ironically, that's the very energy that draws good things toward you. Because people can smell need. They can sense when you're begging them to approve of you. They can feel when your spirit depends on the outcome. That energy repels. But someone who is calm, someone who shows up fully, offers their skill, their presence, their honesty, and then walks away unattached. That kind of person is irresistible. Why? Because they don't need. They choose. Because they don't beg. They offer. Because they don't cling. They flow. This is the power of reverent indifference. It's reverent because you still honor the opportunity. You don't show up sloppy or half-hearted. You give full presence. But it's indifferent because your self-worth isn't riding on the result. And you don't have to be a philosopher to live this way. Try it today. Apply for the job, but don't beg for it. Say the truth, but don't force agreement. Express your interest, but don't chase a response. Do the work, but don't collapse if it's overlooked. Every time you practice this, you become lighter. And the lighter you become, the more magnetic your presence becomes. The world trusts people who can hold rejection with grace. Life opens to those who don't try to control it. This is what the Stoics mastered, the ability to move clean, no neediness, no desperation, just quiet confidence. And that's why this isn't passive energy, it's powerful energy. Because when you're no longer attached to getting it, you unlock your full ability to give it. Give the effort, give the presence, give the excellence. Without trying to steal something back from the world in return, that's freedom. And when you live like that, something strange starts to happen. People listen more when you're not trying to impress them. Opportunities knock more when you're not hammering on the door. Respect finds you when you're not hunting for it, because the universe responds to clean energy. So ask yourself now, do I show up to impress or to express? Do I prepare to dominate or to deliver? Do I work to receive or to refine? Let your presence be enough. Let your intention be the reward. And whatever happens next, let it happen. With grace, with dignity, with peace. Because that's what Stoicism teaches you. Not how to control the outcome, but how to never let the outcome control you. Number 6. Attract by absence. Be unavailable to the unworthy. Everyone talks about showing up, about being present, about being more visible, more accessible, more involved. But the Stoic understands a deeper truth. Sometimes the most powerful move isn't to enter the room, but to leave it. not in anger, not in pride, but in quiet alignment with one unshakable truth: this does not deserve me. That's the difference between reaction and refinement. While most people beg for entry into places that drain them, the Stoic exits what doesn't serve their peace. They don't chase attention. They don't argue for acceptance. They simply become unavailable to what is beneath their standard. And over time, this absence begins to speak louder than presence ever could. Ask yourself, what do you tolerate just to feel included? What do you engage with out of habit, not alignment? Whose approval do you quietly chase, knowing deep down they wouldn't chase yours? Every time you say yes to something beneath you, you teach the world how to treat you. But when you withdraw your energy from low-quality conversations, chaotic people, and one-sided connections, something shifts. Not just in your surroundings, but in your soul. You begin to feel lighter, sharper, clearer. You stop waiting to be chosen. You start choosing. You stop explaining yourself to the unready. You start reserving your energy for the worthy. This is not about arrogance. This is about accuracy. Because your energy is currency. And the more recklessly you spend it, the more broke you become, spiritually, emotionally, mentally. The Stoic doesn't go bankrupt trying to be everywhere, liked by everyone, involved in every discussion. They invest in silence, in presence, in purposeful connection. And their absence from the unnecessary becomes a message in itself. This is a space I will not enter. This is a tone I will not match. This is a level I will not sink to. Think of it like this. When something is rare, people treat it with more care. The same principle applies to your presence. If you are always available, always explaining, always pouring into places that give nothing back, you become easy to overlook. But when you step back, not with spite but with sovereignty, your value multiplies. Marcus Aurelius, in the chaos of Rome, learned the art of selective presence. He didn't attend every gathering. He didn't speak to please. He didn't get tangled in palace drama. He reserved himself for what mattered: principle, purpose, presence. And in doing so, he became untouchable by the trivial. So how do you practice this? Start with your attention. Where does it go when you're tired? When you're bored? When you're insecure? Do you scroll endlessly, chase low-effort validation, or respond to people who haven't earned your time? Stop. Treat your attention like a rare metal. Only those who have proven trust, respect, and mutual depth should get a piece of it. Everyone else? Let your silence speak. Then look at your conversations. Are they building something, or are they gossip, noise, and emotional junk food? Withdraw. Let people wonder why you no longer respond to chaos. Let them feel the weight of your absence when they try to pull you into drama and find only stillness. Let your boundary become a mirror that forces others to examine themselves. Your absence from what drains you is your invitation to what elevates you. This is how the Stoic attracts, not with noise, but with filtration. Their standards are not rules on a wall. They are quiet codes written into their behavior. They don't announce, "I have boundaries." They live them. And over time, the world learns. The wrong people fade. The right ones approach with respect. Mediocre opportunities disappear. Higher ones arrive aligned with your level. Drama retreats. Peace expands. Because you stopped being available to what didn't deserve you. So here's your reminder. You don't owe anyone your energy. You don't have to explain your silence. You don't have to defend your standards. You just have to live them, consistently, quietly, without compromise. And when someone or something asks for access, you ask a simple question. Is this worthy of the peace I've worked so hard to protect? If the answer is no, let absence speak for you. Because the Stoic doesn't chase scraps. They don't argue with noise. They don't demand recognition. They rise by refusal. Not loud, but clear. Not rude, but resolute. And that kind of presence, the kind that knows when to walk away, will always attract more than desperate effort ever could. Number 7, live as if watched by your highest self. Most people live like someone's watching, but it's not who they should be performing for. They live for the crowd, for comments, for applause, for nods of approval from strangers who don't even know their middle name. But the Stoic lives differently. They don't wake up wondering who's watching from the outside. They wake up remembering who's watching from the inside, their future self, their wiser self, the version of them who's already walked through the fire and come out clean. That's who they report to. And that changes everything, because once you start living like your highest self is the only one observing, something sharpens. You don't cut corners just because no one's looking. You don't hide laziness behind the excuse of no one will know. You stop performing and start aligning. You see, the Stoic understands that external eyes fade. People forget what you said, what you did, how much you tried. But your soul remembers. It watches every time you flinch from what's right, every time you lie to avoid discomfort, every time you choose ease over evolution. And it also watches every time you do the right thing, quietly, consistently, without needing a reward. And that's where real power begins, not when you impress the world, but when you impress your future self. Imagine living like every decision is being recorded, not for punishment, but for reflection. Imagine asking, would the person I want to be proud of this moment, of how I spoke, of how I handled that pressure, of how I responded when no one else was clapping? When that question becomes your compass, you stop needing validation. You stop shrinking for comfort. You stop waiting for permission to rise, because you're already walking in alignment with who you're becoming. This invisible audience, the future version of you who has already overcome the trials you're facing now, becomes your quiet guide. They don't yell, they don't scold, but their presence is constant. Their expectation is steady, and their belief in you is unshakable. That's why the Stoic doesn't fold under pressure. They've trained themselves to move as if watched, not by the masses, but by the mirror of their own potential. And when you do this long enough, people feel it. They don't always know why, but they feel it. There's a difference in your energy. You don't speak to please. You speak to lead. You don't act to be liked. You act to be aligned. You don't follow trends. You follow truth. Because you're no longer performing for applause, you're auditioning for the future version of you that you've sworn to meet. That kind of person, they move differently. They walk into the room with quiet gravity. They make choices others avoid. They sacrifice convenience for character. And even when no one sees the effort, they keep going. Because someone does see. And that someone is the one person you cannot lie to, yourself. So how do you start living like this? It begins with one habit. Pause before action and ask, would my future self be proud of this? Would they be proud of how you're spending this hour? Of how you just treated that stranger? Of what you just allowed into your mind, your time, your circle? And if the answer is no, adjust, quietly, without guilt, without drama, just pivot. That's alignment. That's integrity. That's the core of Stoicism. Not perfection, but presence. A consistent return to center. A refusal to betray who you're becoming just to survive the moment. Because here's what most people never realize. When you live as if your highest self is watching, you become magnetic. Not because of what you have, but because of who you are. You radiate purpose. You carry a silent authority. People sense you're not swayed by noise, not pulled by flattery, not broken by failure. And they respect that, even if they never say it out loud. The world bends toward people like this. People who act with purpose before reward, who walk with truth before titles, who choose the hard right over the easy wrong. So the next time you're faced with a choice, big or small, ask, would my highest self nod in approval? If the answer is yes, keep going. If the answer is no, change direction. Because the applause of the crowd fades, but the echo of your own integrity lasts a lifetime. And the more you live like someone you admire is watching, the more you become the person they'd be proud of. Number 8. Refuse to be distracted from the person you're becoming. There's a cost to every distraction, and it's not always obvious. It doesn't scream, it doesn't send a bill, but it robs quietly. Every second you spend responding to a petty comment, chasing shallow validation, or scrolling through someone else's life is a second stolen from the one you're trying to build. And the Stoic knows this. That's why they protect their attention like it's sacred, because to them, it is. In a world that thrives on pulling you away from yourself, the Stoic chooses to stay anchored. They understand that attention isn't just a resource, it's a declaration. Where your focus goes, your future follows. So, if your focus is scattered, your growth will be too. But if it's refined, intentional and protected, you start compounding, not in noise, but in becoming. You see, every day offers you hundreds of invitations to get offended, to react, to waste time proving things to people who aren't even looking. And most accept these invitations blindly. But the Stoic pauses. They ask, does this bring me closer to who I want to become or pull me further away? That one question makes all the difference. Because distractions aren't always loud. Sometimes they're disguised as comfort, as entertainment, as relevance. But if they don't align with your direction, they're not harmless. They're hostile to your evolution. And the Stoic knows you cannot build a meaningful life if your energy leaks into everything that doesn't matter. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You must build your life action by action and be content if each one achieves its goal." That's not just time management, that's soul management. That's choosing to live with a filter, not out of coldness, but out of clarity. So the Stoic doesn't waste effort fighting battles that don't change who they are. They don't react to every insult because their character doesn't hang in the balance. They don't chase every trend because popularity is not the same as purpose. They don't explain themselves to people committed to misunderstanding them because the person they're becoming is too focused on building, not convincing. That's the power of sacred prioritization. It's not about saying no to everything. It's about saying yes to the right things so fully that distractions naturally fade. It's about living in alignment so deeply that anything misaligned becomes obvious. And here's where it gets powerful. The more you guard your attention, the more powerful it becomes. Like compounding interest, focused energy multiplies. You start seeing results others miss. You start gaining clarity while others drown in options. You start creating while others are busy consuming. But this takes practice. Start by watching where your energy goes when you're tired, bored, or anxious. Do you reach for your phone? Do you start arguing with someone online? Do you chase a temporary high just to avoid stillness? Catch it, reclaim it. Instead of reacting, redirect. Instead of watching, write. Instead of scrolling, reflect. Instead of pleasing, produce. Because every second you reclaim adds weight to the person you're becoming. And here's the deeper truth. Distraction isn't just an inconvenience. It's a form of self-abandonment. Every time you choose the short-term buzz over the long-term vision, you tell your future self, "I'll get to you later." But later never comes unless now is protected. The Stoic doesn't wait for motivation. They build a fortress around their becoming. They turn down noise not because they're cold, but because they're warm with purpose. They choose solitude not because they hate people, but because they love direction. They stay silent not because they have nothing to say, but because not every battle deserves their voice. This kind of selective focus changes everything. People notice, they respect it, even if they don't say it. Because deep down, we all sense when someone is living for something higher. Their calm isn't just personality, it's practice. Their stillness isn't emptiness, it's intention. So ask yourself, who are you giving your attention to that hasn't earned it? What are you reacting to that doesn't deserve your energy? Where are you bleeding time in the name of entertainment, validation, or fear? Then pause and pivot. Refuse to betray the person you're becoming for the comfort of the moment. Refuse to hand out access to your focus like it's free. Refuse to dilute your presence just to feel busy, because you're not here to be everywhere. You're here to become someone specific, someone rare, someone focused, someone steady. And in a world addicted to noise, that kind of quiet discipline becomes louder than anything else. Number 9. Magnetize with meaning, not manipulation. There's a kind of influence that doesn't need strategies, doesn't need perfect words, clever tricks, or calculated moves. It just is. The Stoic knows this. They don't wake up scheming how to win people over. They don't study tactics to get ahead at the expense of their soul. Instead, they align with something deeper, meaning. And meaning, when lived fully, becomes magnetic. You've felt this before. Maybe you couldn't put it into words, but there are people who walk into a room and change the air without saying much. It's not their clothes, not their status, not their tone. It's their center. It's the weight of someone living honestly, with themselves, with others, with life. And the world feels that. You see, manipulation is loud. It begs, it performs, it tries to impress. But meaning is quiet. It doesn't chase. It doesn't sell itself. It simply stands. And in standing, it invites. The Stoic doesn't try to impress the world. They try to express truth. That's why they don't trade their values for attention. They don't wear a mask to gain favor. They don't tailor their soul to fit the room. Because they know that anything gained by performance has to be maintained by performance. And they're not willing to build a life that fragile. Instead, they build a life rooted in clarity. Clarity about who they are, clarity about what they value, clarity about why they act. And that clarity becomes a signal, a frequency that pulls in the right people, the right opportunities, the right alignment. Marcus Aurelius didn't write meditations to go viral. He wrote them to stay upright in a chaotic world. He didn't polish his life for applause. He polished his character for peace. And in doing so, his words have echoed for centuries. Not because he manipulated, but because he meant every word. That's the power of a life lived in alignment. It attracts what belongs. It repels what doesn't, naturally, effortlessly. So ask yourself, what energy do you lead with? Do you speak to prove or to connect? Do you show up to be seen or to serve? Do you chase likes or leave light? These aren't rhetorical questions, they're mirrors, and the Stoic looks into these mirrors often, not to shame themselves, but to realign, because they know that every time they move away from truth to gain approval, they're weakening the magnet of their presence. But when they return to meaning, when they speak from honesty, act from clarity, and live with intention, they become unshakable. Not because they're trying to impress, but because they're no longer afraid of being unimpressive. That kind of presence, it's rare. And that's why it's powerful. In a shallow world, depth is oxygen. People crave it, even if they don't say so. They're tired of masks, of performances, of relationships that feel like negotiations. They want real. They want rooted. They want someone who isn't playing a part, but living a purpose. And when you become that kind of person, you stop chasing what's not meant for you. You stop convincing others of your worth. You stop living transactionally. Instead, you start drawing things in, quietly, consistently, deeply. Not through control, but through clarity. Not through force, but through frequency. So, here's the practice. Every day, ask, why am I doing this? Every conversation, ask, am I speaking truth or seeking approval? Every decision, ask, will this bring me closer to who I'm meant to be? If the answer is unclear, pause. If the answer feels manipulative, redirect. If the answer feels rooted, proceed. Because the world has enough noise, enough show, enough shallow charm. What it needs more of, what it responds to more, is depth, stillness, purpose. So let your meaning speak before your mouth. Let your values walk into the room before your body does. Let your integrity be louder than any pitch. And watch how people respond, not with applause, but with respect. Not with fandom, but with trust. Not because you tried to win them, because you never tried to lose yourself. That's Stoic attraction. Not manipulation, but meaning. And meaning, once fully embodied, will always draw in what's meant for you and never ask you to perform to keep it. Number 10. Attract what you don't need to own. It's a strange truth. The moment someone tries to own something, they risk losing it. Gripping tightly often does more harm than letting go, but most people don't know this. They think attraction means possession, that loving something means keeping it, that success must be held, that beauty must be caged, that happiness must be locked in. But the Stoic sees through this illusion. They understand nothing truly belongs to us. Not people, not moments, not outcomes. And that's what makes them powerful, because when you stop needing to own something, you become free to experience it fully. The Stoic walks through life not as a collector, but as a caretaker. They don't hoard, they honor. They don't grasp, they give space. And ironically, it's this very ability to let go that makes them a magnet for what others chase. Because ownership creates tension, pressure, fear, but presence creates peace, and peace attracts more than pressure ever could. Think about it. Have you ever seen someone try so hard to keep a relationship, a job, a dream, only to crush it under the weight of control? It's the clinging that causes collapse, the neediness that repels. But the person who says, I will love this fully, but I do not need to own it to value it, that person radiates something different. They radiate trust, not just in life, but in themselves. Marcus Aurelius spoke about this. He wrote, Receive without pride, let go without attachment. That wasn't indifference, that was wisdom. It was a reminder that everything you experience is temporary, on loan from life. So the goal isn't to lock it down, but to treat it with care while it's in your hands. And when you do that, when you stop demanding permanence, you create space for what's real to stay and what isn't to leave. That's what the Stoic understands. They don't tie their identity to ownership. They don't say, "This is mine." They say, "This is here now, and I will honor it." That applies to people too, to partners, to friends, to mentors. The Stoic doesn't try to possess people. They don't cage them with guilt, obligation, or fear. They love without holding hostage. And in doing so, they create the only kind of love that actually lasts. One based on freedom, not control. Because here's the paradox. When something doesn't feel owned, it can breathe. And when it can breathe, it wants to stay. Not because it has to, but because it chooses to. That's the energy that draws life in. Freedom, peace, trust. And that energy starts with one belief. I am whole, even without this. Most people chase from a place of lack. If I can have this, I'll be enough. But the Stoic attracts from fullness. Even if it leaves, I'm still whole. And that fullness is rare. That fullness is calming. That fullness is magnetic. So ask yourself, what are you gripping too tightly? What are you afraid to lose? What are you afraid will run if you loosen your hold? Now ask, do I love this enough to set it free? Do I trust myself enough to be okay if it doesn't stay? Do I believe that what's truly meant for me doesn't need to be forced? Because the more you trust, the more life responds. Let go of needing to keep the sunset. It will come again. Let go of needing to hold the applause. It will fade and return. Let go of needing to own the moment. Live it instead. That's the Stoic path, not detachment from joy, but detachment from gripping joy until it breaks. And the result? You become the kind of person who doesn't cling. So the world clings to you. You become the kind of soul who isn't threatened by change. So change brings gifts to your door. You become the kind of presence that doesn't demand. So life begins to offer. Not because you asked louder, but because you no longer needed to ask at all. So next time something beautiful shows up in your life, don't try to own it. Honor it, nurture it, let it breathe. And trust that if your hands are open, not clenched, they will always be ready to receive again. The truth is, the life you deserve isn't built by chance. It's built by choice. By the way you wake up, by the way you respond instead of react, by the strength of your boundaries, the silence of your dignity, and the clarity of your values. These 10 Stoic principles aren't hacks, they're foundations. And once they're part of you, the world no longer needs convincing. It simply starts responding. Because when you no longer chase with noise, but lead with stillness, when you stop trying to impress and start aligning with meaning, when your presence becomes intentional, your focus sacred, and your energy selective. You stop hoping for the life you deserve and start attracting it naturally. Not through pressure, not through luck, but through character. Have you ever experienced the feeling of being constantly overlooked, even when you put forth your best effort? Have you ever wondered why some people seem to effortlessly attract attention, while others silently struggle to be noticed? Today, we are going to explore 9 powerful psychological strategies, all rooted in Stoic teachings that once understood and applied can elevate your influence and help you become a priority in any situation. If this is your first time on my channel, I ask for your support by subscribing and liking this video, as it helps me continue to create more content like this in the future. Among these strategies, there is one that stands out for its subtle yet profound impact, a tool that you may have unknowingly used yourself. Through the lens of Stoic philosophy, you will not only gain a deeper understanding of human psychology, but also learn how to transform the dynamics in your encounters, even in ordinary everyday situations. I encourage you to stay with me until the end of this journey, because each strategy, each piece of this puzzle, complements the next. If you miss any of these elements, you risk missing the complete picture that they form together. If you share my passion for personal growth, please take a moment to click on the notification bell and subscribe. This commitment is essential, as the strategies we discuss here should be seen as tools to understand human behavior and navigate the complexities of social interactions in an ethical manner. These techniques aim to increase influence and awareness, allowing you not only to comprehend the subtleties of the human mind, but also to use that understanding to guide your actions and shape your relationships with others. Now, are you ready to uncover what has been hidden in plain sight? Together, let's decipher the secrets and strategies that have been operating in the shadows, waiting to be illuminated by the power of understanding. The first strategy centers on mastering emotions. Every individual, regardless of age or background, is influenced by emotions to some extent. They shape our actions, reactions, and interactions. However, few people have truly learned to master the art of understanding and subtly influencing emotions, not just within themselves, but also in others. This mastery, once attained, can position you as an essential figure in any social setting. It's well known that people are naturally drawn to stability, particularly emotional stability. And Stoicism teaches us the value of remaining calm, composed, and rational in situations where others might falter. When you demonstrate the ability to stay steady in the face of adversity, you instantly stand out, like an anchor in a stormy sea. Others will naturally seek your guidance, placing you on a pedestal. However, remember that this is not about suppressing emotions, but about understanding and channeling them effectively. As Epictetus once said, "We cannot choose our external circumstances, but we can always choose how we respond to them." This is the essence of this strategy. By demonstrating control over your reactions, you inspire trust and confidence in others. You also gain the ability to subtly guide the emotions of those around you. If your calm words can soothe someone's anger, or if your empathetic sadness brings comfort to someone in pain, you become a lighthouse, drawing others to you. But this power is not a mere game. It is a responsibility that must be handled with care. There is a deeper level to this beyond simply radiating calmness. To truly excel, you must learn to read the emotional currents of any room, recognize unspoken feelings and respond to them. When you do this, you'll see how people become more receptive to you, not because you are manipulating them, but because you are genuinely understanding and connecting with their true essence. Now, with this understanding of emotions in your grasp, only one more strategy remains. Can you guess what it is? You might have been using it without even realizing it. The power of disengagement, or the ability to walk away when necessary. There is a subtle force in the act of moving away from a situation when it calls for it. This is not a sign of cowardice or indifference. It is a demonstration of self-worth and recognition of your own value. When you trust in your worth, Stepping away from a situation becomes a choice, not a reaction. Many people associate attachment with care and commitment, but attachment can easily become a chain that keeps you bound to situations and people who do not appreciate you. Always being available, always giving, can diminish the value of what you offer. Others may begin to take your presence and contributions for granted. When this happens, the balance is disrupted and you risk becoming undervalued. It is not about playing hard to get, but about making yourself unforgettable. As Seneca once said, "It is not the man who has little, but he who yearns for more, who is truly poor." The willingness to step away from a situation is embracing the essence of this wisdom. It involves recognizing that there is power in self-respect and autonomy. When people sense that you are not bound by need or desperation, they start seeing you differently. They begin to understand that your time, your skills, or even your company is a privilege and not something they are entitled to. By mastering this strategy, you show the world that your presence is a gift, one that can be taken away at any moment. Paradoxically, by demonstrating that you can walk away, many will now desire you, seeing in that strength something rare. In a world where holding on is the norm, your detachment becomes your crown. Applying these strategies brings a host of benefits. When implemented correctly, they can elevate your influence, strengthen your relationships, and place you in a position where people not only prioritize you, but also genuinely value your company. However, it is important to be cautious. As Stoics, these tactics should serve as tools for influence when necessary, not as mechanisms for manipulation or attention-seeking. Authenticity and integrity are crucial in using these strategies. Without these, not only would the approach be ethically questionable, but it could also be counterproductive in the long run. Now let's consider the principle of reciprocity. Think about the last time a small gesture brightened your day, a surprise coffee from a colleague, a kind word from a friend, or an unexpected compliment. These seemingly trivial actions often leave a lasting impression because they touch on a powerful force in our human nature: reciprocity. This is the internal impulse that drives us to give back when someone shows us kindness beyond what is expected. Recognizing and harnessing this force can transform the way people perceive you and how they relate to you. As the philosopher Seneca once said, "While we teach, we learn." This perfectly captures the essence of reciprocity. By offering value, ideas, or even small favors without expecting anything in return, you sow seeds of goodwill. Over time, these seeds grow into relationships where people are inclined to support you, help you, and prioritize your needs. They may not even fully understand why they feel compelled to reciprocate, but there is an invisible bond created by genuine generosity. However, this strategy must be handled carefully. There is a fine line between genuine acts of kindness and manipulation. The key is sincerity. When you offer help or share knowledge selflessly, people will recognize your authenticity. When they sense that your intentions are genuine, the ties of reciprocity become stronger. On the other hand, if they detect hidden motives, trust is eroded and the connection will fade. As you reflect on this principle, be ready for the next strategy, which invites you to look inward, a place that is often overlooked but immensely powerful. Mastering persuasive storytelling is a strategy that many overlook. Have you ever struggled to express your point of view and wondered why some ideas stick in people's minds while others fade into obscurity despite their merit? The answer may be simpler than you think: storytelling. Before technology, before modern education, and even before written language, there was storytelling. From ancient bonfires to today's viral videos, stories have been the unseen force that shapes opinions, drives actions, and changes minds. Epicurus wisely pointed out that men are disturbed not by the things that happen to them, but by the way they perceive them. It all comes down to perception. When you frame your message within a story, you offer a lens through which others can interpret the situation, guiding their thoughts and reactions. The beauty of storytelling lies in its ability to make listeners feel as though they are part of the narrative. This evokes empathy and makes your perspective resonate on a personal level. For example, if you're trying to persuade a team to take on a challenging project, instead of listing facts and figures, you could tell a story about how pioneers faced similar obstacles and emerged victorious. By drawing parallels between their struggles and the current task, you show that while the road ahead may be difficult, the rewards, both tangible and intangible, are worth the effort. Suddenly, the project is no longer just another task. It becomes a noble pursuit, and who doesn't want to be the hero in their own story? However, the power of storytelling must be wielded with authenticity. People can tell when a narrative is contrived or when it's simply designed to manipulate. The goal is to find real, genuine connections and emotions. When authenticity is combined with the art of storytelling, it creates an unbeatable combination that ensures your voice is not just heard, but also remembered. But stories are just one piece of the puzzle. Our next strategy explores a principle so deeply embedded in human nature that it can open doors once thought closed. Now, let's discuss the importance of prioritizing yourself. Have you ever noticed how some people seem to command a room without saying a word? Their mere presence demands respect. This magnetism doesn't come from external factors, but from an internal belief in their own value. The cornerstone of influential power lies not in seeking validation from others, but in recognizing your own intrinsic worth. As Marcus Aurelius once said, "You have power over your mind, not external events." Understanding this concept is the key to unlocking your inner strength. When you recognize and nurture your self-worth, you naturally project an aura of self-confidence. This is not about arrogance or an inflated ego, but a genuine appreciation for who you are, your strengths, and your potential. When you value and prioritize yourself, the world begins to reflect that feeling back to you. Self-confidence is not about being arrogant or having an inflated sense of ego. Rather, it is about genuinely valuing and appreciating oneself, recognizing one's strengths, potential, and worth. When you prioritize yourself and understand your inherent value, the world begins to reflect that inner belief. This self-assurance is not about being self-centered or dismissing others, but about achieving balance. Just like the principle of reciprocity, which thrives on genuine gestures of goodwill, true self-love emerges from sincere introspection and self-respect. By investing time and energy in your own well-being, whether through learning, self-care, or setting boundaries, you signal to the world that you are worth this investment. This, in turn, influences how those around you perceive and prioritize you. Prioritizing yourself, therefore, becomes a foundational pillar of power. While influence is a significant part of it, it is only a small piece of the broader psychological strategies at play. As we move forward, another technique that can help you master the emotional fluctuations of relationships comes into focus: transforming adversaries into allies. In a world filled with noise and constant attempts to be heard, the simple, powerful act of truly listening stands out. Every individual, regardless of their background or situation, has a deep need to be understood. In a noisy world, offering someone your undivided attention is not only an act of kindness, but a powerful strategy that differentiates you from others. As the ancient philosopher Epicurus wisely observed, "We have two ears and one mouth, so we should listen twice as much as we speak." This maxim captures the essence of active listening. Many people simply wait for their turn to speak, but a skilled listener goes deeper, engaging with the words, emotions, and hidden intentions behind the speaker's message. By adopting this practice, you become a beacon of trust and respect in a sea of distractions. Offering a safe space for people to express themselves freely not only helps you understand their thoughts and desires, but also fosters an authentic connection. This connection positions you as someone others turn to for guidance and support, which, in turn, gives you significant influence over their lives. Listening authentically ensures that you are not just heard, but that your presence is valued and you are more often prioritized. Creating a sense of scarcity is another potent strategy rooted in human nature. Scarcity taps into an age-old instinct, the attraction to what is rare, elusive, and hard to attain. Just as a rare gem is more valuable than a common stone, people and experiences that are perceived as scarce are often held in higher regard. This doesn't mean playing games or being deceptive. Rather, it is about understanding the intrinsic human appeal of the uncommon. Imagine being in a meeting where everyone is eager to speak and be noticed, and then someone enters, makes a brief yet significant impression, and leaves soon after. The memory of this person lingers in people's minds, far more than the ones who stayed for the entire duration. By not being constantly available, you create an aura of importance around your presence. Every interaction becomes a valuable exchange, a moment that people will remember. Marcus Aurelius once remarked that, "Very little is needed for a happy life. It is all within you, in the way you think." This perspective embodies the concept of scarcity. When you recognize and value your own time, others are more likely to do the same. However, the key is balance. Being too scarce can backfire, just as being too available diminishes your value. The optimal approach is to be present when it counts, making those moments meaningful, and then retreating to focus on your own goals and well-being. Cultivating an air of mystery is another powerful tool in your arsenal. Human beings are naturally drawn to what is unknown, mysterious, and enigmatic. This universal curiosity can be transformed into an asset when you learn to maintain an element of mystery about yourself. It's not about being distant or aloof, but about strategically choosing what to reveal and when. There is a delicate balance between being engaging enough to capture others' attention and preserving just enough intrigue to keep them curious. Marcus Aurelius wisely noted that the goal of life is not to conform to the majority, but to avoid being among the foolish. In a world where oversharing is the norm, embracing a more reserved approach can help you stand out. People will pay attention when you speak and value your opinions more deeply. However, maintaining a sense of mystery does not imply dishonesty or manipulation. Authenticity remains key. It's not about fabricating stories, but rather about mastering the art of timing, revealing just enough to keep others intrigued without oversharing. As others become more curious about you, they naturally begin to prioritize your presence and ideas. This approach isn't just about surprising people, it's about recognizing the subtleties in human actions and strategically using them for your benefit. In essence, cultivating an air of mystery allows you to rise above the noise, becoming an intriguing enigma to those around you. When this strategy is combined with true authenticity, it elevates you to a place where you are not merely noticed, but truly valued. By making others look forward to your actions, you ensure that your presence leaves a lasting impact, and your influence endures long after you have departed from a room. Another effective strategy involves the use of strategic silence. You've likely been in a situation, whether it was a heated debate, a tough negotiation, or even a casual conversation, where the urge to speak up seems overwhelming. Yet sometimes, the most powerful tool you can wield is the choice to remain silent. While silence may be viewed as passive, it can actually be an active force that helps steer the conversation, assert your presence, and command genuine respect. Many people mistakenly believe that power is found in dominating the conversation, but it is often the observer, the one who carefully considers each word and listens attentively, who truly influences the course of events. It's not about being the loudest or the most attention-grabbing. Think of the power of a pause. When you hold back, leaving a gap in the conversation, others begin to feel uneasy or anxious, scrambling to fill the silence. In that moment, they often reveal more than they intended. This gives you the opportunity to respond from a place of wisdom and clarity, as the philosopher Epictetus wisely noted. We have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so that we can listen twice as much as we speak. By practicing restraint in your speech, you position yourself as the orchestrator of the dialogue, directing it with precision. However, strategic silence isn't just about listening. It's about knowing when to speak and how to harness the power of your words. Each word you utter carries weight, and you must choose carefully when to speak and when to remain silent, ensuring your words have maximum impact. Words are more than just tools of communication. They have the power to shape perceptions and even alter realities. That said, using silence as a tool requires skill and balance. If you use it too often, it can come across as distant or disengaged. The key is to strike the right balance between active listening and moments of silence, making sure your interactions remain authentic and meaningful. Now, imagine the immense possibilities when you combine strategic silence with another powerful strategy, one that guarantees you won't just be seen, but remembered. By combining these tactics thoughtfully, you position yourself as someone who has both influence and staying power. If you found this video insightful, be sure to like, subscribe, and leave a comment. Your support lets YouTube know that these kinds of videos are helping people like you, allowing us to create more content like this in the future. Imagine living with an unshakable sense of peace, where nothing and no one has the power to disturb your calm. A life where criticism, offenses, and problems no longer steal your tranquility. It may seem impossible, but the Stoics were able to achieve this while the world around them reacted with anger and frustration. They remained composed, not because they didn't feel emotions, but because they had learned to master them. In this post, I will share how you can achieve the same level of peace by applying Stoic teachings. Once you do, you'll find yourself no longer getting angry or upset with anyone. Not because the world will change, but because you will have transformed yourself. To begin, go to the comments and write, "Today, I start my best version. I am Stoic." By doing so, you commit to taking control of your mind and living with discipline. Now, let's dive into how you can master your emotions and achieve this inner peace. One of the most destructive emotions we can experience is anger. Not only does it harm the people around us, but it also eats away at us from the inside, weakening our minds and leading us to make decisions that we may later regret. The Stoics saw anger as one of the greatest threats to virtue, because when we allow anger to take control, we stop thinking rationally and become slaves to our impulses. Anger is not a sign of strength, but of weakness, a proof that we've lost control over ourselves. Anger is like a wildfire that starts from a small spark. Perhaps it's an offhand comment, an action we perceive as unfair, or an unexpected obstacle. If we feed it with negative thoughts, it grows and quickly spirals out of control, consuming our mental clarity, damaging our relationships, and harming our well-being. Marcus Aurelius wisely suggested that the best way to fight anger is by preventing it from arising in the first place. By learning to recognize the early signs of anger, we can extinguish it before it overwhelms us. The consequences of allowing anger to take over are dire. Not only does it lead to unnecessary conflict, but it also impacts our health. Science has confirmed what the Stoics knew long ago, that anger raises blood pressure, weakens the immune system, and can even trigger cardiovascular issues. Anger is not just a fleeting emotion, it's a poison that, if allowed to grow unchecked, can destroy both the mind and body. As Epictetus taught, it's not the external events that disturb us, but our interpretation of them. If someone insults us, it's not the insult itself that harms us, but the value we attach to it. Learning to control our perception is the first step toward mastering anger. When we allow ourselves to be swept up by anger, our actions often become irrational. In the heat of the moment, it might seem justified to yell, insult, or lash out. However, when the storm has passed, we realize that our response only made the situation worse. A moment of anger can destroy relationships that took years to build, and harsh words can leave scars that never heal. Seneca described anger as a brief delirium, a state where we lose control over our words and actions. If we take a moment to observe ourselves closely, we'll notice that most of our angry reactions are disproportionate and illogical. Think of an argument with a loved one. In the heat of the argument, harsh words might seem necessary, but once things calm down, we realize that we could have handled the situation more wisely. Problems can often be solved with calm dialogue and patience, but anger clouds our judgment, making us seek revenge rather than solutions. This only feeds a cycle of resentment and pain. The Stoics taught that the best way to combat anger is through self-discipline and reflection. Marcus Aurelius suggested that we remember that life is short, and most of the things that upset us are insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Seneca recommended practicing patience and indifference toward provocations. True strength lies not in responding with violence, but in remaining calm when everything around us seems to be pushing us toward anger. Anger is an internal enemy, a beast that, if not tamed, can consume us. But the good news is that we can train ourselves to resist it. The next time you feel anger rising, stop and ask yourself if it's really worth it. Remember, no one has the power to disturb you unless you allow it. Peace is not found in the absence of provocations, but in the ability to face them with calmness and control. All negative emotions, including anger, arise from unmet expectations. Negative emotions don't stem from what happens to us, but from what we expect to happen. Frustration, anger, sadness, all of these emotions share a common root. The gap between what we expected and what actually occurred. When we believe that the world should behave in a certain way and it doesn't, we feel disappointed or hurt. But in truth, the fault lies with us for having created unrealistic expectations. We cling to illusions, and when reality shatters those illusions, instead of adapting, we react with suffering. We get angry because people don't act as we want them to, because the outcomes we expected don't materialize, or because life doesn't follow the script we've written in our minds. We believe we deserve certain treatment, certain successes, or clear paths. But life doesn't follow our rules. Frustration arises not from the event itself, but from the contrast between what we hoped for and what actually happened. Seneca wisely said that we suffer more in our imaginations than in reality, because it's not the events that harm us, but the way we interpret them. If we learn to accept events without resistance, we can avoid much of the unnecessary pain. Imagine someone who believes that their partner will never cheat on them because that's what should happen. They've built an expectation based on their own sense of right and wrong. But if betrayal occurs, their anger doesn't stem from the act itself, but from the clash with the idealized image they had created. Instead of accepting reality as it is, they resist it, and that internal struggle leads to suffering. Another example might be a person who expects their friends to always be there for them, or their boss to value their efforts. When these expectations aren't met, they feel disappointment and anger because they assume the world should follow their rules. The Stoics teach us that the key to inner peace lies in eliminating unrealistic expectations. It's not about resignation, but about understanding that the world owes us nothing. We cannot control the actions of others or the events outside of our control. The only thing we can control is our own reaction to them. Epictetus urged us to accept what happens as if we had chosen it ourselves, because resisting reality only creates suffering. If we stop expecting people to behave in a certain way and accept that they may fail us, and if we accept that life doesn't always follow a predictable path, we can eliminate much of the stress and frustration in our lives. Accepting reality as it is doesn't mean we shouldn't have goals or desires, but we must be prepared for the unexpected. A Stoic understands that everything is subject to change and that nothing is guaranteed. That's why they don't allow their emotions to be dictated by external factors. By eliminating rigid expectations, we stop demanding that the world conform to our beliefs. Instead of getting frustrated when things don't go as planned, we ask ourselves what we can learn from the situation. Rather than feeling betrayed, we understand that people act according to their own nature, not according to the one we've imagined for them. True peace is found in flexibility, the ability to accept whatever comes our way without resistance. Finally, anger is often a reflection of the ego. When we feel disrespected, treated unfairly, or overlooked, we react with anger because our sense of identity feels threatened. We believe we deserve better treatment, that others should see us as we see ourselves. When that doesn't happen, we feel that something sacred within us has been violated. But the truth is that anger doesn't come from what others do to us. It comes from our interpretation of their actions. It's our ego that demands recognition, that takes offense, that needs to defend our image. If our ego weren't so fragile, if we didn't take ourselves so personally, anger would lose its grip on us. When someone speaks to us harshly, our initial reaction is to feel attacked. But what if that person is simply having a bad day, and their words have nothing to do with us, but with their own struggles? The reality is that most of the time, others' actions are more about them than they are about us. However, Our ego makes us believe that everything revolves around us. We say, "He disrespected me. He embarrassed me. He didn't appreciate me." But what would happen if we stopped positioning ourselves at the center of every experience? What if we truly understood that other people's actions are their own burdens to carry, not ours? In doing so, we could release ourselves from the grip of anger. Marcus Aurelius reminded us that it is not events themselves that disturb us, but our judgments about them. If someone offends us, the insult in itself holds no power unless we choose to give it meaning. We have the power to ignore it, to see it as a reflection of the other person's inner world, and to move forward without letting it disturb our peace. But the ego does not want peace. It wants conflict. It wants to defend its image. It wants to prove that it is right. And in that desire to protect our sense of self, we fall into the trap of anger. We lose control and react impulsively. But if another person's insult doesn't change our identity, and their attitude doesn't define our value, why allow ourselves to be dragged into a state of emotional chaos? Consider a simple moment in traffic. Someone cuts us off abruptly. The ego insists this is a personal offense, a blatant act of disrespect that must be addressed. It urges us to react, to retaliate, to not allow such treatment. Yet the reality is that the other driver probably didn't even notice us. They're lost in their own thoughts, their own day. Still, our ego insists on taking it personally, turning a thoughtless act into an insult. And in doing so, it invites anger to take over. But what if, instead of reacting, we chose to accept the moment as it is? This dynamic plays out across our relationships and daily interactions. What provokes us is not the event itself, but the story we tell ourselves about it. The Stoics taught that to master anger, we must understand the role our ego plays in inflaming it. If we build a healthy self-esteem, if we release the need for constant validation, if we recognize that our value is not tied to how others treat us, we become immune to provocation. As Seneca said, "The best revenge is not to become like those who hurt us." If someone treats us poorly and we react with rage, we surrender our peace to them. But if we remain calm, if we refuse to play their game, we show real strength. Anger is a reflex born from an ego that has not yet learned to let go of others' opinions. But once we understand that no one else has the authority to define us, we begin to free ourselves. Their behavior says more about them than it ever will about us. This doesn't mean we should tolerate abuse or accept injustice in silence. It means learning to respond with intelligence rather than raw emotion. Inner peace doesn't come from controlling the behavior of others. It comes from mastering our own reactions. When the ego is no longer the center of our universe, anger loses its hold. Forgiveness, too, is a key that frees us from anger. Anger is a heavy weight, often carried unconsciously. We cling to resentment, believing it somehow punishes the person who wronged us. But in truth, we are the only ones being punished. Anger consumes our inner calm, traps us in a mental prison, and blocks us from moving forward. Forgiveness, on the other hand, unlocks that prison. It doesn't mean we excuse what happened or forget it naively. It means we let go of the need to continue suffering over something already done. Forgiveness is not a gift we give the other person. It is an act of love for ourselves. It is an essential step toward reclaiming our peace. Holding on to anger means reliving pain over and over again. Our minds become battlegrounds where the past continues to inflict fresh wounds. We keep empowering the person who hurt us simply by refusing to release the memory. But Marcus Aurelius said that the best revenge is to be unlike the person who caused us harm. If we were betrayed, offended, or deeply wounded, continuing to harbor resentment only extends that person's control over us. Forgiveness gives us back our power. It enables us to shed the weight of the past and move forward unburdened by bitterness. Resentment is a trap laid by the ego which tells us that forgiveness is weakness. In reality, true strength lies in those who govern their emotions and choose peace over pain. Seneca taught that anger should never guide our actions. When we act from anger, we are no longer the authors of our behavior. If someone wrongs us and we respond with resentment, we are giving them authority over our serenity. But if we choose forgiveness instead, we reclaim control over our thoughts and our well-being. Imagine someone who has been betrayed by a close friend. The natural response is anger, disappointment, a thirst for revenge. But how long can one sustain that emotional storm before it becomes toxic? Resentment doesn't torment the traitor, it poisons the one who holds on to it. Each recollection of the betrayal stirs fresh pain. Forgiveness allows us to accept that what's done is done, that the past need not dictate our present. This is not about trusting the betrayer again, but about refusing to let their actions continue to influence our happiness. Forgiveness is a conscious decision. It doesn't happen instantly, and it's rarely easy, but it is the pathway to inner freedom. Epictetus reminded us that while we cannot control the actions of others, we always retain control over our response. When we are offended, it is not the insult that truly wounds us, but the weight we attach to it. Through forgiveness, we strip away that weight. We come to understand that everyone acts according to their own inner state, their own level of awareness. Their behavior is a mirror of their internal world, not a reflection of ours. This doesn't mean we tolerate abuse or stay silent in the face of injustice. It means we learn to release the resentment that suffocates our joy. When we forgive, we are not just freeing the other person. We are liberating ourselves. We stop dragging unnecessary burdens. We conserve our energy for what truly matters. The real revenge is not to hurt in return, but to show that we remain unchanged by the harm done to us. We move forward, unshaken by anger, grounded in peace. Peace does not come from waiting for others to apologize. It comes from deciding that our well-being is not tied to their behavior. Forgiveness is not about pretending nothing happened. It is about choosing freedom over rage, serenity over turmoil. Practicing non-reaction is another way we guard ourselves against anger. When something irritates or provokes us, our first instinct is emotional and immediate. We want to respond, to defend, to assert our correctness. But in those moments, we are not thinking clearly. Our minds are being ruled by instinct, not reason. That's when we make mistakes. That's when we say things we later regret. That's when we escalate what could have been peacefully resolved. Training ourselves to pause before responding gives us mastery over our emotions. It shields us from the emotional exhaustion that impulsive reactions often cause. Taking a moment, resisting the pull to respond immediately, these are acts of power. This doesn't mean suppressing emotion or becoming indifferent. It means refusing to be a slave to emotion. Marcus Aurelius advised that the best defense against an insult is not to resemble the one who insults you. If someone hurls harsh words at you, reacting with anger only means you've allowed them to disturb your peace. But if you remain calm, if you choose silence or a measured response, you show that you're in control, that your well-being is not dictated by others' moods. Daily life offers countless opportunities to practice non-reaction. a rude coworker, an aggressive driver, a family member always looking to argue. In each moment, the choice is ours. We can fuel the fire, or we can pause and respond with wisdom. Epictetus taught that it's not what happens to us, but how we interpret it, that affects us. If someone criticizes you in a meeting and you take it personally, you'll react defensively. But if you pause, breathe, and consider the situation rationally, you may choose to respond calmly, preserving both your professionalism and your peace. Non-reaction is not weakness, it is a sign of strength. Most people are at the mercy of their impulses. When provoked, they lash out without thinking. But true power belongs to those who can resist that initial urge, to those who know they don't have to prove anything, to those who choose when and how to act. Seneca once reminded us that time acts as a powerful filter for emotions. What feels like an unforgivable offense today often fades into irrelevance in just a few days. The things that deeply irritate us right now may seem trivial in a matter of hours. This is why it's so important not to react immediately. Delaying our reaction allows us to gain perspective, to step back and view the situation with greater clarity before making any decisions. Practicing non-reaction does not mean passively accepting everything or allowing others to mistreat us. Rather, it means responding with reason instead of emotion. If something genuinely requires a response, the most effective one will come from a calm mind. Instead of reacting to fire with more fire, we respond with intelligence and inner balance, not out of weakness, but because we understand that our peace is far more valuable than a meaningless argument. Every time we feel the urge to react impulsively, we must remember that we always have the option not to. We can allow the emotion to rise and pass without letting it control us. In doing so, something remarkable begins to happen. Conflicts become fewer, anxiety diminishes, and those who once provoked us lose their grip on our emotional state. This practice of non-reaction opens the door to true freedom, the ability to choose how and when we respond, no longer enslaved by external triggers. There is a deep connection between low self-esteem and anger. Anger is often nothing more than a reflection of internal insecurity. When we are not at peace with ourselves, even a passing comment, a glance, or a simple situation that challenges our self-image can set us off. It's not the event itself that enrages us, it's what it stirs up inside. If someone criticizes us and we respond with anger, the real issue is not their words, but the weight we give them. If we were secure in who we are, with strong self-esteem, we wouldn't need to react with anger. We would simply disregard the remark. But when our sense of self is fragile, any slight shakes us, and anger becomes our shield. Insecurity breeds a sense of vulnerability. We feel we must constantly defend our image, convinced others are judging us and that every negative comment is a threat. Our mind misinterprets these situations as personal attacks and reacts aggressively. But the truth is, no one can diminish our worth unless we allow it. Epictetus taught that we are not disturbed by what others say, but by the meaning we assign to their words. If we believe we are weak or inadequate, any criticism will reinforce that belief, and our first response will be anger. On the other hand, if we possess a solid sense of identity, no external judgment can rattle us. I recall a time when every remark about my appearance triggered anger. I used to tell myself it was due to others' lack of respect, but in reality, I was angry with myself. I disliked what I saw in the mirror, and every external comment felt like confirmation of my own doubts. Their opinion didn't hurt me, my own perception did. The anger didn't stem from them, but from the insecurity I carried within. Over time, I came to see that the real problem wasn't other people. It was my own lack of control over myself. So instead of wasting energy reacting in anger, I chose to take action. I focused on improving my health, building discipline, and reshaping my mindset. And gradually, when those same comments were made, they no longer affected me. Not because people had changed, but because I had changed. Low self-esteem distorts the way we perceive reality. We start to believe we are under constant judgment, but it's not the outside world causing our distress, it's our perception of it. Marcus Aurelius once said that if something external disturbs us, the issue isn't with the thing itself, but in our judgment of it. So when someone says something that offends you, ask yourself why it affects you. Is it because deep down you fear it might be true? Do you carry doubts about yourself? Often, the answer is yes. Anger is a defensive reaction to that inner insecurity. But when we work on our self-worth, anger loses its grip on us. We become less reactive, more serene, and more focused on what truly matters. We no longer feel the need to prove ourselves to anyone because we already know who we are. The opinions of others cease to be threatening because our sense of value no longer depends on their approval. The Stoics teach us that real strength doesn't come from controlling others, but from mastering ourselves. Anger is a signal that something within us still needs healing. Instead of reacting impulsively, we can view those moments as opportunities to reflect, to grow, and to identify the parts of ourselves that still need attention. Every time you feel anger from a comment or a situation, pause. Ask yourself whether it's truly the external event that upsets you or if something deeper is being stirred. Use anger as a mirror to recognize where personal growth is still needed. When you build your self-esteem and take ownership of your life, anger becomes unnecessary. There is no insecurity left to defend, no fear to conceal. What remains is a calm strength, a sense of self that no longer needs to react to things that don't define it. Living with purpose is equally essential. Without a clear sense of purpose, life feels empty, chaotic, and directionless. You wake up each day without a compelling reason to move forward, just going through the motions of routine. This emptiness breeds frustration. A lack of purpose turns people into reactive beings, constantly irritated, quick to anger, and always on edge. Every inconvenience feels amplified because there is no greater vision to rise above the daily frustrations. Without direction, the mind becomes cluttered with noise and disorder, and in such a state, it's easy to fall into bitterness and anger. The Stoics understood that peace of mind comes from having a purpose that aligns with our values, a reason for living that makes us feel our life has meaning. When you don't have a defined purpose, every little thing becomes a distraction. Traffic frustrates you, people's words bother you, life feels unfair. But when you're working towards something greater, these things begin to lose their power over you, not because they disappear, but because your focus shifts. Marcus Aurelius said that each of us must ask ourselves, why am I here? What truly matters to me? Once you have clarity on that, the small frustrations of life stop controlling you. You stop wasting energy reacting to every annoyance because you're now investing your energy in something meaningful. I remember a time when I felt completely directionless, trapped in a monotonous routine, doing things that brought me no fulfillment. I was irritable all the time. Every little problem felt enormous because I had no deeper reason to get out of bed in the morning. I was living on autopilot, letting circumstances dictate my emotional state. But everything changed when I discovered my purpose. I committed to creating content and sharing ideas that could genuinely help others. That gave me a sense of meaning. Suddenly, the problems that once felt unbearable became just part of the process. They no longer frustrated me. I stopped being irritated by the small things because I was focused on something larger. Anger no longer felt like a natural response because my attention was on something more important. The Stoics teach that purpose is not something we find, it's something we define. We don't wait for life to hand it to us. We create it. Epictetus said it's our responsibility to decide who we want to become and what we want to contribute. It's not about waiting for inspiration, but about taking deliberate action. Find what makes you feel alive, what gives your life depth. When you discover your purpose and commit to it wholeheartedly, your frustration begins to fade. You no longer worry about things beyond your control. You no longer seek approval or feel the need to prove yourself. You simply do what you know in your heart you must do, and that brings deep satisfaction. When you live with purpose, life stops feeling like a series of problems and begins to feel like an opportunity. You stop reacting with anger to every obstacle because you understand that every challenge is just a step on your path. Each day carries meaning. Every action contributes to something greater. And when that becomes your reality, peace arises, not because everything is perfect, but because you've chosen what matters most to you. There is no room for anger when you're busy building something meaningful. If you feel let down by life or find yourself constantly frustrated, ask yourself if you truly have a clear purpose. Are you spending your time doing something that fills you up, or are you merely passing the days without direction? The difference between a life filled with frustration and a life filled with meaning lies in that answer. Discover what drives you, what compels you to rise each day and move forward with passion. When you identify what truly motivates you, anger begins to lose its grip on your life. Because when you live with purpose, everything else fades into the background as mere noise. Harnessing the power of neuroplasticity can help rewire your emotional responses. The brain is not hardwired into fixed patterns. Neuroplasticity allows us to reshape how we react to situations that once provoked anger or frustration. The idea that we are stuck with how we are is a falsehood we tell ourselves. The truth is, the brain is flexible. Like a muscle, it can be trained and strengthened in specific areas depending on how we use it. When we habitually respond to irritation with anger, we're reinforcing that reaction, making it automatic over time. But if we begin to respond with calmness instead, we slowly reprogram our brains to adopt a new, healthier reaction. It all starts with awareness. When someone insults us, when something doesn't go our way, when we feel disrespected, our first impulse is to react in the way we always have, the way we've conditioned ourselves over the years. But the key lies in resisting that automatic response and consciously choosing a new one. By forcing ourselves to stay calm in those moments, we're paving the way for a new neural pathway to form. Initially, it feels unnatural, awkward, even fake, but with repeated effort, that new calm response begins to feel normal. Eventually, it becomes instinctual. I remember a time when my dog ruined something that was deeply important to me. My natural reaction would have been to yell, to explode in frustration, but in that moment, I made a conscious choice to do something different. I took a deep breath and reached out to pet my dog instead. It felt strange, as if I was suppressing my emotions, but in truth, I was teaching my brain a new lesson, that not every disruption requires an angry reaction. I repeated this choice again and again every time my dog did something that would have previously irritated me. Over time, something amazing happened. My natural reaction changed. The tension in my chest faded. I no longer had to fight my anger because my mind had been reconditioned. My brain had learned that these events weren't threats. They didn't require rage. Neuroplasticity reveals that we are not destined to be slaves to our emotions. We can redirect our impulses and allow calmness to become our default state. Every time we choose not to respond with anger, we strengthen the mental wiring of patience and composure. The more we practice this, the more automatic it becomes. Marcus Aurelius once said that we cannot control what happens to us, but we can control how we respond. This isn't just a philosophical ideal, it's a scientific truth. The brain adapts based on what we consistently practice. If we make serenity our habit, it eventually becomes our default response. This transformation isn't immediate. At first, the mind will fight to return to its familiar patterns, but if we persist, if every time we feel the surge of anger, we pause, breathe, and choose a new response, we will experience genuine change. One day you'll notice that situations which once made you furious now seem trivial. And it's not because you're bottling your feelings, it's because your brain no longer sees those situations as deserving of anger. Anger is a habit, just as calmness is. If we feed it, anger will grow stronger. But if we ignore it and instead nourish serenity, anger will weaken and eventually disappear. This isn't about pretending or suppressing how we feel. It's about retraining the mind to operate in a way that serves us, not sabotages us. If we want to become calmer, more centered, and wiser in our responses, we must commit to practicing this mindset every single day. With repetition, calmness will no longer require effort. It will simply be who we are. Love and gratitude have the power to overcome anger. Anger is a draining emotion. It wears us down and robs us of control over our minds. But two forces can dissolve it: love and gratitude. When we are caught in the grip of anger, our focus is locked on negativity, on what's wrong, on what annoys us, on what we think is unjust. But when we shift our attention to what we love and what we're grateful for, anger loses its strength. Not because the problems vanish, but because we stop feeding them with our energy. Love reconnects us with what truly matters. If we're angry with someone, we can ask ourselves, do I want to win this argument or preserve the relationship? When we truly love someone, being right becomes less important. Anger, at its core, is selfish. It seeks vengeance, validation. But love strives for understanding, for healing, for connection. Too often, we let anger guide our actions in petty conflicts, hurting those we care about most in the process. But in those moments, if we pause and remember our love for that person, everything changes. Our response shifts, not out of weakness, but out of clarity. Gratitude is another potent antidote. When we are truly grateful, anger cannot coexist. Resentment and thankfulness cannot fill the same space. If something upsets us, we can stop and do a simple exercise. Think of 3 things we are grateful for in that moment. It could be our health, a meaningful relationship, or the lesson hidden in the difficulty. This simple act redirects our thoughts, moving us out of a reactive state and restoring our sense of control. Marcus Aurelius reflected in his meditations on the fleeting nature of life. If today were your last day with someone you love, would you really waste it being angry? Gratitude reminds us that every moment is sacred and that anger only drains the time we can never get back. Years ago, I tried an experiment on myself. Every time I felt anger or frustration, instead of reacting as I normally would, I forced myself to think of something I was grateful for. At first, it felt unnatural, like I was avoiding reality, but eventually, something shifted. My brain started doing it automatically. One day, someone spoke to me with blatant disrespect, and instead of getting upset, my first thought was, I'm grateful to be healthy and to have the strength to keep going. That thought calmed me. It allowed me to respond with grace, not because the other person deserved kindness, but because I deserved peace. The Stoics understood that our emotions are not dictated by external events, but by how we choose to interpret them. If we dwell on what's wrong, on what we lack, anger grows. But if we focus on what we have, what we cherish, and what we're thankful for, anger diminishes. This isn't denial, it's mental training. It's a choice to see the world from a higher perspective. Epictetus once said the secret to happiness lies not in having more, but in wanting less. Gratitude helps us realize that we already have enough, that peace is possible even in the presence of setbacks. We can't always avoid tense moments or control how others behave, but we can decide what emotional environment we want to create in our minds. If we choose love and gratitude, anger will have no room to grow. When we lead with love, we seek to understand. When we lead with gratitude, we learn to let go. Through this daily practice, we become calmer, more focused, and less reactive. Not because the world changes, but because we've learned to see it differently. Establishing healthy boundaries is essential. When you don't set clear limits, you're allowing others to determine how they treat you. Setting boundaries doesn't mean being confrontational or rejecting people. It means clearly defining where your patience, time, and energy begin and end. When boundaries are missing, you unintentionally send the message that it's acceptable to be disrespected, to have your time disregarded, or your presence taken for granted. And when this continues, frustration builds, anger festers, and emotional burnout sets in. But setting boundaries is your responsibility. It's not up to others. You alone have the power to decide what behavior you accept and what you don't. Often, we allow certain behaviors to persist because we fear being labeled as selfish or unpleasant. Saying no feels uncomfortable because we worry about offending others or being rejected. Yet the true issue is not the act of saying no, but failing to say it when necessary. If someone constantly interrupts you at work, if a friend only contacts you when they need something, or if a family member criticizes you without cause, it's your responsibility to decide whether or not you'll accept that. Seneca once said that while we cannot control how others behave, we can control how we respond. When we tolerate inappropriate behavior without addressing it, we're effectively giving permission for it to continue. When someone crosses a line and we fail to enforce a boundary, we reinforce the very behavior that hurts us. Boundaries are not walls, they are bridges to mutual respect. They are not about pushing people away, but about protecting your peace and preserving your energy. Setting them may feel difficult at first, but they are acts of self-love and emotional maturity. But when you calmly and confidently express that you do not accept such treatment, you send a strong message that you value yourself enough not to tolerate disrespect. You don't need to be aggressive or argumentative. You only need to be clear. Saying something like, "I won't accept these types of comments," or "My time matters, please respect it," or "I don't feel comfortable with that," are simple yet powerful phrases that can completely transform the tone of a relationship. I recall a period in my life when I constantly allowed myself to be interrupted, regardless of what I was doing. If someone needed my attention, I would immediately stop and respond. Initially, I thought that made me a kind and helpful person. But as time went on, I came to realize that all I was doing was allowing others to place their priorities above mine. I often felt drained and frustrated, but it wasn't truly anyone else's fault. I had never established any boundaries. Eventually, I made a decision to change. The next time someone interrupted me, I simply responded, "I'm busy right now, let's talk later." At first it was difficult, but gradually, people began to understand that my time mattered too. The most surprising part, I didn't lose any important relationships. In fact, I started to feel more respected. The Stoics understood that setting boundaries isn't an act of rejection, it's an act of self-respect. Epictetus taught that we must choose what lies within our control and what doesn't. We can't prevent others from attempting to cross our limits, but we can decide how we respond. If someone mistreats you and you remain silent, you're not practicing virtue. You're failing in your responsibility to protect your own well-being. Saying no is a courageous act, not because it's easy, but because it reflects that you honor and respect yourself. Setting boundaries is not about pushing people away. On the contrary, it helps build healthier relationships where both sides clearly understand what is acceptable. Often, people don't even realize they're crossing a line until you point it out. You can't expect others to guess what bothers you. You must tell them. And if, after you've expressed your needs, they continue to disregard them, then you have to consider whether you truly want that person in your life. Each time you choose not to set a boundary out of fear of conflict, you are accepting inner turmoil just to avoid external discomfort. You are willingly sacrificing your own peace just to dodge a difficult conversation. But avoiding the issue doesn't solve it. Learning to say no without guilt is one of the most powerful skills you can develop. It's not about being stronger than others. It's about becoming stronger within yourself. Setting boundaries is not about controlling others. It's about preserving your peace and living with self-respect. Not everything deserves your attention. Each day we face provocations, minor problems, and careless remarks that try to pull us into chaos. But most of these things hold little to no real importance. We end up exhausting ourselves emotionally by reacting to what is trivial, things that will be forgotten by tomorrow. We live in a world where opinions are constantly thrown around, where criticism is common, and where small issues can seem large if we don't learn to filter what actually matters. The key to maintaining inner peace is learning that not everything happening around you deserves your energy. When something bothers you, pause and ask yourself, will this matter in a month, in a year? Most of the time, the answer will be no. Still, we often allow ourselves to be swept up in the moment, feeling compelled to respond, to defend, to react. But if we zoom out and look at life as a whole, we realize many of these things are mere distractions. Marcus Aurelius said that tranquility comes from ignoring what doesn't concern us. If someone insults you on the street, does it truly change anything in your life? If a stranger online criticizes you, does that have any real impact on who you are? Wasting energy on every small provocation only pulls us away from what truly matters. Imagine someone makes a rude comment about you. Your instinct might be to defend yourself, to prove your point. But what do you actually gain from doing so? It's unwise to invest your energy into a conflict that doesn't add value. A comment doesn't define your worth. A criticism doesn't determine your identity. If every time someone says something negative about you, you hand over your peace, you're giving emotional power to anyone who chooses to provoke you. Epictetus reminded us not to become prisoners of others' opinions. If something doesn't help you grow or meaningfully impact your life, then it likely doesn't deserve your attention. Many of the worries we carry are not even ours to begin with. We stress over what others think, over problems we can't control, over expectations that don't belong to us. We spend too much time seeking approval, worrying about what people might say, and focusing on situations that don't even affect our true selves. But when you finally understand that your energy is finite, you become more selective about what deserves your focus. This doesn't mean becoming indifferent. It means knowing how to distinguish between what truly matters and what is just noise. I remember a time when any form of criticism deeply affected me. If someone questioned my actions, I felt an urgent need to explain, to justify, to prove myself. But with time, I learned that this was a waste of energy. I began to observe before reacting, to ask myself whether the situation was truly worth it. Most of the time, I found that the best response was silence. Not because I had nothing to say, but because nothing needed to be said. Not everything requires a reaction. Not every issue deserves a confrontation. Not every comment is worth your attention. Each time you choose to ignore what is irrelevant, you're protecting your inner peace. You're teaching your mind to focus on what truly matters, what helps you grow, what transforms you. The Stoics didn't aim to control the world. They aimed to master their response to it. If someone acts with hostility or attempts to provoke you, remember, you always have the power to choose whether or not to respond. Strength isn't about winning every argument. It's about choosing the battles that are actually worth engaging in. When you begin filtering what truly matters, many of your worries will naturally fade away. The energy you once spent on meaningless conflicts can now be invested in building, learning, and becoming better. You can't stop people from criticizing you. You can't control what others say or do, but you can always choose whether it's worth letting their actions affect your state of mind. In the end, true freedom is not doing whatever you want. It's refusing to be ruled by what doesn't matter. Many times, our suffering doesn't come from what actually happens, but from what we believe those events mean. We get trapped in the stories we tell ourselves about who we are, about others, about what things mean. But those stories are often not grounded in facts. They are merely beliefs we've accepted without questioning, and these beliefs can become the biggest barrier to our peace of mind. The Stoics taught that inner peace comes from being able to separate facts from our interpretations. When we don't make that distinction, we get overwhelmed by unnecessary emotions, anger, sadness, fear, because we're reacting not to reality, but to our thoughts about it. If someone tells you that you're worthless, it isn't the words themselves that hurt. It's the meaning you assign to them. The actual fact is just that a person said something, but the moment we internalize it, the moment we start thinking, maybe they're right, those words transform into a belief that burdens us for years. And yet, we rarely stop to ask whether that belief is even true. We just absorb it. Epictetus warned us, it's not events themselves that disturb us, but our interpretation of those events. If someone criticizes you, you have a choice, to see it as an attack or to see it as an opportunity to improve. The difference lies not in what was said, but in what you choose to believe. The human mind is skilled at crafting narratives. We tell ourselves we're not good enough, that we don't deserve happiness, that we'll never change, and we treat these thoughts as if they're absolute truths. But where do these beliefs come from? Often, they come from past experiences, from what others once said, from old failures that we've turned into permanent identities. If we once failed, we tell ourselves we are failures. If someone rejected us, we believe we are unworthy of love. But these thoughts are not absolute truths. They are merely beliefs we've built over time, often without even realizing it. I remember a period in my life when I believed I wasn't intelligent enough to achieve certain goals. There was no solid proof behind this belief, only a memory of someone making me feel inadequate, and I chose to accept that feeling as fact. Every time I encountered a difficult challenge, that belief would resurface. You can't do this. You're not capable. But one day, I decided to question that voice. Where was the real evidence that I was incapable? Hadn't I learned countless things throughout my life? Hadn't I overcome other challenges before? That's when it dawned on me. This belief wasn't a fact. It was simply a narrative I kept repeating to myself. And once I understood that, I began to let it go. Letting go wasn't something that happened all at once. But each time I confronted a limiting thought, I felt a sense of empowerment returning. The Stoics practiced this kind of mental discipline. They developed the ability to examine their own thoughts and discern which ones deserved their attention. They didn't blindly accept every emotion or idea. Marcus Aurelius advised us to challenge every negative thought. Is this true? Is it really as terrible as it seems? More often than not, the answer is no. We are not as limited as we believe. We are not the labels others assign to us. We don't have to live as prisoners of these internal narratives. But to free ourselves, we first have to recognize that our beliefs are not unchangeable facts. Each time a belief about yourself feels like a limitation, ask whether it's truly based on evidence or if it's something you've accepted without questioning. If you can replace it with a belief that reflects reality more accurately, you've already taken a significant step toward emotional liberation. The act of separating fact from belief is how we break free from the mental cages we've built. It's how we stop reacting on autopilot and begin to live with real clarity. When we see the world without the distortions created by our unexamined beliefs, we uncover a sense of peace that has always existed within us, just waiting to be noticed. Creating a healthy self-image is essential. Your view of yourself should never hinge on other people's opinions. If you live through the eyes of others, you'll constantly be chasing approval, and that's a kind of emotional captivity. One day you'll feel unstoppable because someone complimented you, and the next day a simple criticism will make you crumble. That kind of instability stems from building your sense of worth on things you can't control. But when your self-worth comes from self-awareness and acceptance, no one can take your peace away. The Stoics understood that true strength is born from within. They believed that only when we stop relying on external validation can we begin to experience true freedom. The real issue arises when our self-image is shaped by beliefs that were imposed on us during childhood. We absorb opinions, labels, and judgments from others, often without ever questioning them. If someone called us shy, we believed it. If we were labeled failures, we internalized it. But how much of that is genuinely accurate? How much of who we think we are is based on ideas we never stop to examine? Marcus Aurelius reminded us to ask whether the things we believe about ourselves are genuinely true, or just stories we keep repeating in our minds. The key lies in self-knowledge, observing ourselves without filters, illusions, or self-deception. It means recognizing our strengths and weaknesses, not to feel complacent, but to be honest with ourselves. When someone criticizes you, The natural instinct is to defend yourself, to feel hurt, or to try to prove them wrong. But what if, instead of reacting, you paused and reflected? If someone accuses you of being selfish rather than responding with anger, ask yourself, is this true? Do I really act that way? If the answer is yes, then you've been given an opportunity to grow. If the answer is no, then the criticism holds no weight and you can move on without being affected. Epictetus taught that we shouldn't worry about what people say about us, only whether what they say is true. It's not the criticism itself that hurts us, but our interpretation of it. If your self-image is rooted in truth and strength, the words of others lose their power. For years, I struggled with trying to fit in, striving to be accepted based on how others perceived me. I tried to meet their expectations, molding myself into what I thought they wanted, but all it did was pull me further away from who I truly was. I made decisions based not on my desires, but on what I believed would gain approval. That constant effort to please left me exhausted, because it was never enough. There was always another opinion to satisfy, another standard to meet. Everything changed when I finally realized I could never control what others thought of me. I stopped trying to belong in spaces that didn't reflect my truth and began asking myself, who am I really? What do I want for my life? As I explored these questions, the need for external validation gradually disappeared. Self-acceptance doesn't mean giving up or settling for less. It's not about resigning yourself to who you are without striving to grow. It's about recognizing your intrinsic worth, independent of outside influences. When you fully accept who you are, flaws and all, successes and failures, you free yourself from the fear of judgment. You no longer need to prove anything. You no longer seek affirmation because you already know your value. And the most empowering part is this: when you stop chasing approval, you become more authentic. The people who truly matter will respect you for being yourself, not for who you pretend to be. Emotional freedom begins when you stop living according to other people's expectations and start living in alignment with your own truth. This doesn't mean ignoring every external opinion. It means learning to discern what truly matters. If you know who you are, if you're clear about your values and purpose, criticism loses its power over you. You begin to live with confidence and calm, no longer driven by the need to impress anyone. Not because you're perfect, but because you no longer require the world's validation to feel worthy. And in that clarity, you discover a peace that's always been within you. The idea of good and bad people is a false dichotomy. No one is entirely good or entirely bad. Every human being is a complex mix of strengths and flaws, moments of wisdom and episodes of weakness. But our minds have a tendency to simplify. We label people to make sense of them, to categorize them based on how they make us feel or how they behave in specific situations. This habit of labeling is not only inaccurate, but it also blinds us to the full reality of a person's character. When we reduce someone to a single label, we lose the ability to see them clearly. A person's actions may be generous or selfish, kind or unfair, but these behaviors do not define the whole of who they are. Someone who acts cruelly today may show incredible compassion tomorrow. A person who has made serious mistakes may also do immense good. Marcus Aurelius urged us to see people for what they truly are, fallible human beings shaped by their experiences, their fears, and their past. No one is entirely one thing. No one should be judged solely by their best or worst moment. Understanding this can help free us from the emotional burden of judgment. When someone hurts us, our first reaction is to label them as cruel or unjust and to wish for retribution. But how often do we pause to consider what may have driven their behavior? This isn't about excusing harm, but about recognizing that most people don't act out of pure malice. They act from confusion, fear, or pain. Epictetus taught that people act based on the limits of their knowledge and understanding. Someone who disrespects others might simply not know any better way to interact. Someone who betrays might be acting out of a lifelong fear of abandonment. That doesn't mean we have to accept being treated poorly, but it does mean we don't have to take it personally. People respond to their environments, their upbringing, and the emotional tools they've been given. A person can be loving to their family and ruthless in their career. They can be kind to friends and indifferent to strangers. These contradictions don't make them evil, they make them human. We've all had moments we regret, times we've spoken out of anger, acted selfishly, or made choices we wish we could take back. If we want to be understood and forgiven for those moments, then we must offer that same understanding to others. When we stop labeling people as simply good or bad, our relationships improve. We become less reactive, less frustrated with the flaws of others, because we understand that everyone is walking their own path of growth. We become more patient, more balanced. And no, this doesn't mean tolerating abuse or mistreatment. It means seeing others as they truly are, complex, evolving, and human. Marcus Aurelius once said that when someone behaves poorly, we should ask ourselves, did we truly expect anything different? People act in accordance with what they've learned and with the limitations of their own minds. If we expect perfection from others, we will constantly find ourselves disappointed. Letting go of that expectation frees us. It liberates our hearts from the need to punish, from bitterness, from the urge to divide the world into allies and enemies. We grow in objectivity, serenity, and the ability to deal with conflict with a clear mind. True strength doesn't lie in harsh judgment of others, but in understanding that all of us are on the same path, just at different points. We are each here to learn, to grow, and to evolve. Once you understand this deeply, you stop exhausting yourself over the actions of others and begin to focus on the only thing you truly have control over, your own inner development. Now we arrive at evolution number 15, the Ren process for managing anger. Anger is a powerful emotion. It can feel like an unstoppable fire when it surges within us, but anger does not have to dominate you. If handled wisely, it can be transformed from a destructive force into a catalyst for growth. The RIN process is a method that helps you work with your anger mindfully. Rather than suppressing it or lashing out impulsively, you use the energy of anger in a conscious, reflective way. This approach aligns closely with how the Stoics lived, even though they didn't give it a formal name. Through this process, we learn to observe our anger without becoming consumed by it. We begin to understand where it comes from and how to channel it in a healthy direction. The first step is simply to acknowledge that anger is present. Don't deny it. Don't bury it. Recognize it. Often we react in anger automatically, almost as if on autopilot. We let the emotion take over without stopping to notice what's truly going on inside us. But if, in the moment of anger, you can pause and say, "I'm feeling angry right now," you create a crucial distance between yourself and the emotion. Marcus Aurelius emphasized the importance of observing our emotions as if they were external forces. When you learn to see your anger not as your identity, but as a fleeting emotional state, you've already begun to gain power over it. The second step is to allow the anger to exist without acting on it. This is where many stumble. The instinct to react, to defend, to attack, to explode is often overwhelming. But the emotion itself is not the problem. The problem is what we do with it. The Stoics taught that emotions should not be denied, but lived through with awareness. If you feel the anger building, don't resist it. Just observe it. Stay present. Breathe. Notice the energy in your body, but remain conscious. Seneca wisely said that the initial shock of anger is unavoidable, but everything after that is your choice. If you can stay with the emotion without letting it drive your behavior, you are already ahead. The third step involves looking deeper into the root of the anger. Instead of remaining stuck at the surface, ask yourself what is really behind the emotion. Often, anger is not the core issue. It's a signal pointing to something more profound. It may be fear, insecurity, disappointment, or unresolved pain. Epictetus reminded us that it's not the events themselves that upset us, but our interpretations of them. If someone interrupts you during a conversation and you feel a flash of anger, maybe it's not the interruption itself, but the belief that you are being disrespected or undervalued. Once you uncover the real issue beneath the anger, its intensity fades because you realize it has more to do with your internal world than the external event. The final step is to nourish the part of you that needs healing. Rather than criticizing yourself for feeling anger, practice self-compassion. This doesn't mean you're justifying your anger. It means you're honoring the emotional wound that triggered it. Maybe you've been suppressing certain feelings. Maybe there's an old belief shaping how you react. Or maybe you just need to give yourself the space to feel and process. Marcus Aurelius taught that we should treat ourselves with the same patience and compassion we extend to others. You may not be able to eliminate anger entirely, but you can absolutely choose how to respond to it. With wisdom and self-awareness, you stop being a prisoner to your emotions. As you practice this process, you'll find that anger loses its grip on you. This doesn't mean you'll never feel it again, but when you do, you'll know how to handle it without sacrificing your peace or damaging your relationships. You'll come to understand that anger is just an emotion, a temporary wave, not a command you must obey. Instead of reacting, you will respond with reflection. And in that space between feeling and action, you will discover true emotional freedom. If this message speaks to you, head to the comments and write, "Today, my best version begins. I am Stoic." By doing this, you affirm your intention to live with greater calm, wisdom, and discipline. Don't let your emotions rule your life. Master them and take control of your destiny. See you. Marcus Aurelius is one of the most respected figures in Stoic philosophy. He served as the Roman emperor from 161 to 180 AD and was the last of the 5 so-called good emperors. Throughout his reign, Marcus Aurelius found himself in one of the most powerful positions in the world, yet he devoted much of his life to fairness and justice. This commitment to equity and justice was especially remarkable given that he had access to anything he desired and could indulge any temptation without limitations. Despite his immense power, Aurelius made time to write a series of personal reflections that we now know as These writings are some of the most influential texts in Stoic philosophy. Meditations. In his Meditations, Marcus Aurelius offers valuable guidance on how to improve oneself. His teachings are centered around adopting a cosmic perspective and critically analyzing our judgments about ourselves and others. As a leader who was embroiled in numerous wars during his reign, Aurelius used Stoic philosophy as a tool to manage stress and be the most effective, reliable, and efficient ruler possible. His philosophy enabled him to remain composed and focused despite the turbulent times. Stoicism, which has had a profound impact on philosophy, is not just a theory, but a way of thinking and living. The Stoics held that living a virtuous life was the key to individual happiness. To achieve this, one needed sound judgment and rational thought. In this video, we will explore 5 essential lessons that can help you cultivate a rational mind, all of which are inspired by the teachings of Stoicism. The first lesson is to embrace the virtues. Marcus Aurelius emphasized that goodness lies within us and can be brought out through a persistent search for virtue. Virtue, in simple terms, refers to moral excellence, a behavior that benefits not just oneself, but also those around us, and contributes to the common good. The Stoics viewed the world as interconnected, where everything and everyone is connected. Therefore, pursuing the common good ultimately benefits the individual as well. Stoics believed that those who live in harmony with reason and focus on the well-being of others are aligned with virtue. When faced with difficult circumstances, virtues serve as a guiding compass, helping us stay on the right path. Individuals who embody virtue tend to radiate peace and composure, offering tranquility even in times of adversity. To incorporate virtues into your life, it is essential to internalize the 4 cardinal virtues of Stoicism: wisdom, justice, temperance, and courage. Wisdom, the first virtue, involves distinguishing between what is good, bad, and neutral. It requires the ability to overcome emotional impulses and allow reason to guide decisions, especially in moral dilemmas. Wisdom enables you to analyze situations with clarity and make decisions that are ethically correct. The second virtue is justice. Justice, rooted in wisdom, is the commitment to fairness and what is right, not only for oneself, but also for others and society. The Stoics saw justice as a duty that extends beyond personal concerns and encompasses one's responsibilities toward the common good. Courage is the third virtue, and it empowers individuals to act despite fear or uncertainty. Courage does not eliminate fear, but it enables one to move forward even in the face of challenges or when the outcome is unknown. Courage is about taking action for the greater good, even when personal desires or anxieties might hold you back. The fourth virtue is temperance, which is often referred to as moderation. Temperance involves maintaining balance in life and exercising self-control and discipline. Marcus Aurelius emphasized the human ability to self-regulate, which distinguishes us from animals. Practicing temperance means prioritizing long-term well-being over immediate gratification. A simple example of temperance is resisting the temptation to eat an entire bag of chips. While doing so might provide instant pleasure, it would harm your health and mood. Practicing temperance would mean stopping after a few bites, knowing when to enjoy indulgence in moderation. Stoicism classifies things and actions into 3 categories: good, bad, and indifferent. The Stoic approach is to seek what is good, avoid what is bad, and accept the indifferent, those things that are beyond personal preference. These principles form the foundation for moving toward virtue. Acting contrary to these virtues, such as stealing, showing disrespect, or behaving recklessly, would lead to evil. Failing to do good when it is within one's power is equally harmful. These virtues go beyond personal improvement, fostering a state of serenity and composure. Aligning your actions with these virtues ensures that you consistently follow the path of righteousness, guided by reason, and cultivates a calm and peaceful mind. Lesson 2 emphasizes the importance of adopting a broader perspective. Marcus Aurelius eloquently echoes Plato's wisdom by suggesting that when contemplating others, it is better to take a step back and view the situation from a panoramic angle. This broader perspective is essential for achieving mental clarity in the chaotic pace of life. Often, we find ourselves caught in the core of every problem or challenge, feeling as though we are bearing the weight of the world. It's like being in a crowded place where the congestion might feel overwhelming, but simply changing your point of view can reveal an entirely different reality. When we detach ourselves and look at the bigger picture, we realize how insignificant our individual struggles are in the vast scope of existence. This shift in perspective helps us understand that our personal experiences are but tiny threads in the grand tapestry of life. People often overlook the fact that their own experiences and perspectives are not the only ones that matter. For example, someone who has had a negative experience with dogs may struggle to imagine them as beloved companions to others. The key to breaking this narrow view is recognizing that there are multiple experiences and perspectives in the world. Periodically, we must ask ourselves, what am I missing? What am I failing to understand? This habit of self-reflection can offer profound benefits. For instance, if you are facing a decision about whether to stay in your current job or take on a new position, the situation might feel overwhelming. The current job offers stability, but the promotion comes with additional responsibilities and costs. The temptation of a higher salary might cause confusion, making you feel trapped. However, beneath the surface lies a wealth of unexplored opportunities. Perhaps you have considered pursuing a completely different career path or starting a side project that complements your current work. This broader perspective helps you realize that many opportunities might be outside of your immediate focus. Adopting a more expansive view instead of fixating on the current dilemma can help you make more informed and thoughtful decisions. This expanded focus is not only important for determining priorities, but also for forming a comprehensive understanding of situations. Stepping back allows you to look beyond immediate concerns and prejudices, providing a fresh perspective. Temporarily relinquishing your personal desires can lead to greater insight, forcing you to reflect on your responsibilities toward others. In the heat of the moment, you might consider an action like littering to be trivial. However, when you step back and widen your perspective, you can see that this seemingly insignificant act could have negative consequences if it were repeated on a global scale. The desire to throw away trash becomes inconsequential when compared to the well-being of the planet. The Stoics believed that everything in the world is interconnected, and the improvement of the world inherently contributes to personal well-being. Therefore, stepping back to embrace a global perspective, instead of being focused solely on your own life, is crucial in times of adversity, change, or decision-making. The ability to reflect introspectively is essential, whether in the heat of the moment or during quieter times, like a walk or a writing session. These reflective moments, which Marcus Aurelius often practiced, give you the opportunity to delve deeper into your thoughts and actions. For instance, you might think that discarding garbage is a trivial act, but stepping back and considering the broader implications, such as the impact on the environment and others, could change your perspective. Recognizing that your impulse is insignificant in comparison to the global good may shift your behavior. Ultimately, Stoicism teaches that everything in the world is interconnected and that improving the world as a whole also contributes to personal well-being. By stepping back and contemplating the world as a whole, rather than just focusing on your own life, you gain a monumental perspective. Adopting a global viewpoint frees you from unnecessary limitations, biases, and narrow thinking. When you broaden your perspective, you allow yourself to view situations and challenges with clarity, which ultimately helps you avoid getting trapped in trivial concerns. Remember, by embracing a global perspective, you open yourself to a more comprehensive understanding of life, which will help you grow in wisdom and serenity. In addition, this practice of reflection and self-assessment plays a critical role in our emotional well-being. The Stoics suggested that expanding our focus beyond our personal experiences can lead to better decision-making and greater clarity in our lives. This kind of mindful detachment helps to shift our attention from immediate worries to a broader understanding of our circumstances, making it easier to navigate challenges with calm and reason. It's not just about improving yourself, it's also about aligning with the greater interconnectedness of the world. Lesson 3 involves exercising the duality of control, a key Stoic principle. Marcus Aurelius teaches that your true power lies within your mind, not in external events. Recognizing this duality, the distinction between what you can control and what you cannot, is essential for finding inner strength. There are things, such as the weather, traffic, or other people's opinions, that are beyond your control. However, there are also aspects that you can control, like how you dress, the choices you make, and the company you keep. By focusing on what you can control and accepting what you cannot, you can maintain a sense of peace and composure, no matter the situation. The concept of amor fati, or the love of fate, is central to this idea. When you accept the events that unfold in your life, no matter how they appear, you are practicing the Stoic ideal of loving life as it is, without judgment. This does not mean that you should simply resign yourself to circumstances, but rather that you should embrace them as opportunities for growth. For instance, if you are rejected for a job that you have wanted for years, instead of seeing it as a failure, take the time to reflect on what led to the rejection. If it was due to something within your control, such as a lack of preparation, then you have the power to improve for next time. However, if it was due to external factors, like favoritism or personal bias, then accepting this fact can help you release frustration and move on. By focusing on what you can control and accepting what you cannot, you eliminate the need for external markers of success to define your worth. For example, if you measure success as a writer based solely on how many books you sell, you are letting the arbitrary market dictate your sense of achievement. However, if you measure success by how proud you are of your work or how much effort you have put into it, then you control your own success. It's important to strive for your goals, but at the same time, be prepared for the possibility that you may not reach them, and learn to accept that. Focusing only on what you can control will help you experience inner peace regardless of the outcome. Lesson 4 encourages you to train your perception. Marcus Aurelius advises you to choose not to be hurt by things, and this is one of the great teachings of Stoicism. We are often quick to judge the events and people around us, labeling them as good, bad, boring, funny, or beautiful. This habit, though often unconscious, can be exhausting and detrimental to our well-being. For instance, if you have a particularly difficult day and label every interaction as terrible, you are coloring the entire day with negativity. By choosing not to label things as good or bad, you free yourself from unnecessary emotional burden. Stoicism teaches us to challenge our judgments and to avoid rushing to conclusions. This involves looking beyond our initial impressions and approaching situations with a more reasoned and optimistic mindset. For example, if you find a party boring, instead of immediately dismissing it, try to see it as an opportunity to explore new environments or meet new people. Even if the experience doesn't turn out as you expected, by shifting your perspective, you can gain valuable insights into how you perceive the world around you. Stoics encourage us to recognize that it is not the events themselves that upset us, but rather the way we choose to think about them. By reframing our thoughts and being mindful of how we perceive situations, we can maintain a sense of emotional balance and clarity. The Stoic approach to perception encourages us to avoid judging situations based purely on initial impressions or emotions. Instead, it teaches us to practice reticence and refrain from quick judgments. Life presents many situations where we form opinions about what's happening around us. However, it's important to question those opinions and consider whether they are based on solid reasoning. Is there a better or more positive way to interpret what's happening? Marcus Aurelius emphasized that the harm we perceive only exists if we view it that way. When we encounter difficult situations, the challenge becomes how we perceive them. If we choose to view them negatively, they will seem even more difficult. However, we hold the power to decide how much an event impacts us. The Stoics advise us to look for the good in every negative situation, to see it as an opportunity. For example, when faced with a new colleague who is slow to learn and their mistakes affect the company's bottom line, frustration can arise. This colleague may seem like an obstacle to achieving efficiency and success, but instead of focusing solely on the negative impact, we can view this situation as an opportunity to practice patience, improve teaching skills, and learn how to manage stress. These are valuable skills that will benefit us in the future, and by focusing on these aspects, we can transform obstacles into stepping stones. Marcus Aurelius also famously said that what hinders action becomes the action itself, and what stands in the way becomes the way. Therefore, instead of reacting hastily, take the time to step back and view the situation objectively. You may realize that life is simpler than it initially seems. Every situation has both positive and negative interpretations, and by adjusting your mindset, you will find that things that once annoyed you no longer have the same power over you. You will experience life with greater ease. Another important Stoic lesson is learning how to control your emotions. Marcus Aurelius advises us not to allow our emotions to overpower our rational thinking. Impulsive actions driven by emotions often conflict with logical reasoning, and they can lead to unnecessary harm. For clarity of thought, we must master the ability to control our emotions. In particular, anger can be a destructive emotion, and the Stoics caution against allowing it to cloud our judgment. Controlling your emotions does not mean suppressing them. It's impossible to completely deny feelings like anger, especially when you've been hurt or betrayed. However, rather than suppressing or pretending those emotions don't exist, the Stoic approach is to redirect them in a healthy way. For example, when anger arises, instead of immediately reacting by yelling at the person who wronged you, pause and ask yourself whether this will help reduce your pain or improve the situation. Expressing your anger in a way that is unproductive, such as venting aggressively, will not bring relief. Instead, find a way to channel that anger productively. Perhaps you can calmly talk to the person who hurt you, express how you feel, and listen to their perspective. Alternatively, physical exercise or journaling might help you process your emotions more constructively. Similarly, with emotions like anxiety or fear, the goal is not to suppress them, but to redirect them. For instance, if you feel anxious about asking your boss for a raise, that fear can be used to motivate you to prepare thoroughly for the conversation. The anxiety can prompt you to think about the questions your boss might ask and prepare answers, helping you become better prepared for any outcome. Rather than allowing anxiety to paralyze you, use it as a challenge to overcome and grow from. The key is to recognize that emotions like fear and anxiety can be powerful motivators if channeled in the right direction. Rather than avoiding these feelings, use them to push yourself forward, grow, and prove to yourself that you can overcome obstacles. In this way, you will cultivate a sense of serenity, as your emotions will no longer control you or cloud your judgment. By learning to skillfully manage your emotions, you will be able to maintain peace of mind and continue making rational, thoughtful decisions, no matter what challenges arise. Did you know that the secret to transforming your life's biggest challenges into your greatest opportunities might have been discovered over 2,000 years ago? Imagine facing life's storms with a calm so powerful nothing could shake your inner peace. Sounds like a superpower, right? Well, it's not just a fantasy. This ancient superpower, it's an age-old philosophy that's as practical today as it was in the bustling markets and marble halls of ancient Rome and Greece. Stoicism teaches us that while we can't control every aspect of our lives, we have absolute power over how we choose to react. And in today's world, where uncertainty seems to be the only certainty, these teachings could be the anchor we've all been searching for. What if I told you that Stoicism is more about action than thought? It's about living a life filled with purpose, resilience, and happiness, no matter what life throws your way. It's not about suppressing your emotions, but understanding and managing them to lead a more fulfilling life. So whether you're dealing with stress, facing adversity, or simply looking to find more joy in the everyday, stick around. Today we're diving deep into Stoicism, uncovering its timeless wisdom and discovering how it can transform not just the way we think, but the way we live. If you're eager to embark on this journey of transformation, don't forget to subscribe, share, and hit that like button. Stick with me till the end without skipping, because every moment of this video is a step towards uncovering the Stoic wisdom that can change your life. Focusing on what's in your control. Have you ever found yourself stuck in traffic, fuming over the delay, or scrolling through your phone only to get upset over a negative comment someone left on your post? It happens to the best of us. It's almost like our day-to-day life is filled with these little tests, challenging our mood and our peace of mind at every turn. But here's a game-changing perspective from the world of Stoicism that can turn all that frustration on its head. Stoicism, this incredible philosophy that dates back to ancient Greece and Rome, hands us this powerful tool, focusing on what's in our control. The great Stoic philosopher Epictetus once said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Think about that for a second. Traffic, bad weather, negative comments, these are all outside our control. We can't change them, no matter how much we wish we could. What we can change, however, is how we react to them. This idea isn't just ancient wisdom, it's backed by modern psychology too. Carl Jung, a giant in the field of psychology, famously stated, "I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become." This aligns perfectly with the Stoic practice. It's about recognizing that the only real power we have is over our own reactions, thoughts, and actions. Let's break it down a bit. Say you're in that traffic jam, late for an important meeting. You can spend that time stewing in anger, honking your horn, and stressing out, which, let's be honest, won't make the cars ahead move any faster. Or you can take a deep breath, accept the situation, and maybe use the time to listen to a podcast, an audiobook, or simply enjoy some music. The traffic hasn't changed, but your response to it has. And with that shift, your stress levels drop, and your day looks a bit brighter. This Stoic principle of focusing on what you can control extends far beyond just dealing with traffic or weather. It applies to our personal goals, our reactions to others, and our approach to obstacles in life. As Marcus Aurelius, another Stoic heavyweight, reminds us, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. So next time you find yourself getting worked up over something outside your control, remember these wise words from our Stoic friends. Ask yourself, is this within my control? If it's not, let it go. Focus on your reaction, your mindset, and your actions. This simple shift can have a profound impact on your stress levels and overall happiness. It's not always easy, but it's worth practicing every day. Remember, it's about progress, not perfection. And as we learn to focus more on what's in our control, we'll find ourselves not just surviving life's challenges, but thriving in spite of them. Stoicism teaches us the art of embracing obstacles as opportunities. It sounds counterintuitive, right? Most of us are programmed to view obstacles as just that, barriers to our success and happiness. But Stoics like Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus flip this narrative on its head. Embracing obstacles as opportunities. They tell us when life throws you a curveball, instead of asking, why me? Ask, what can I learn? This is a game changer. Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and a Stoic philosopher, penned in his personal writings, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." What he means here is that every obstacle, no matter how daunting, not only tests our resilience, but also teaches us valuable lessons. It's about finding the silver lining in tough situations and using it to fuel our growth. This perspective isn't just ancient philosophy. It's backed by modern thinkers too. The famous psychologist Carl Jung said, "What you resist persists." By fighting against obstacles, we give them more power over us, but by accepting and learning from them, we can overcome them. This Stoic mindset is about transforming challenges into stepping stones towards becoming stronger and wiser. Let's make it practical. Say you're facing rejection from job applications. It's easy to fall into a spiral of self-pity and doubt, but what if you viewed each rejection as feedback? Maybe there's a skill you need to improve or a new strategy for your job search. That shift in perspective can turn a series of rejections into a path for professional development. Another example is personal conflicts. They're uncomfortable and stressful, but they also offer a chance to practice patience, empathy, and communication skills. Every disagreement is an opportunity to understand different viewpoints and to refine our conflict resolution abilities. The essence of embracing obstacles as opportunities lies in asking ourselves, what can this situation teach me? Instead of being passive victims of circumstance, we become active learners and problem solvers. This doesn't mean that facing obstacles becomes easy, but it does mean that we approach them with a mindset geared towards growth and learning. Epictetus once said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This is the heart of Stoicism. It's about seeing beyond the immediate pain or frustration of an obstacle and finding the lessons and opportunities it presents. So when you're faced with a challenge, big or small, try to pause and reframe it. Ask yourself what you can learn from the situation and how it can make you stronger and wiser. Remember, obstacles aren't just hurdles to overcome, they're opportunities to grow. By adopting this Stoic mindset, we can navigate life's ups and downs with more grace, resilience, and wisdom. It's something we hear about all the time, right? Live in the now. But what does that really mean, and why is it so important? Living in the present moment is about fully embracing and experiencing where you are at this very second, not letting your mind wander off to the worries of tomorrow or the regrets of yesterday. It's about realizing that life, with all its beauty, challenges, and surprises, happens in the now. This concept isn't new. It's been a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy, echoed by great minds like Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus. And it's been reiterated by modern psychologists and thinkers. Let's start with the Stoics. Marcus Aurelius once said, "Do not dwell in the past. Do not dream of the future." Living in the present moment. Concentrate the mind on the present moment. He understood that the power of living in the present lies in its ability to ground us, to clear our minds of distractions, and to allow us to appreciate the richness of life as it unfolds. But why is it so hard to stay present? Our minds are often cluttered with thoughts, worries about what's next, or replaying things that have already happened. This constant mental noise pulls us away from the beauty and potential of the here and now. As the famous psychologist Carl Jung put it, the least of things with a meaning is worth more in life than the greatest of things without it. Living in the present moment gives meaning to the small everyday experiences, enriching our lives beyond measure. Aristotle talked about the importance of being mindful of the present to achieve eudaimonia, a state of being happy, healthy, and prosperous. He believed that by focusing on the here and now, we could live a virtuous life, making the most of our human experience. So how can we practice living in the present? It starts with mindfulness, the art of paying attention to the present moment without judgment. When you eat, savor each bite. When you walk, notice the feeling of the ground under your feet. Listen actively when someone is speaking to you instead of planning what you're going to say next. These simple acts of mindfulness bring us back to the present, making our lives richer and more meaningful. Seneca offered this wisdom. True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future. He understood that anxiety about what's to come or what has been only serves to diminish our happiness in the now. Living in the present isn't about ignoring the future or forgetting the past. It's about finding a balance where we learn from our past and plan for our future without letting those activities consume our present. It's in this balance that we find peace and contentment. Remember, every moment is an opportunity to reset and refocus on the now. It's in the present that we live, love, and make memories. So let's make a conscious effort to be more present in our lives. Let's cherish the now, for this moment right here is where life truly happens. I know the word self-discipline might bring to mind images of rigid schedules and a life devoid of fun, but let's reshape that picture together. Self-discipline is not about restricting your life. It's about empowering yourself to make choices that align with your deepest values and long-term aspirations. It's choosing what's right for you, not what's easy in the moment. At its core, building self-discipline is about mastery over ourselves. It's about saying yes to things that serve us and no to things that don't, even when it's tough. Think about it. Whether it's sticking to a workout routine, saving money instead of impulse buying, or turning off Netflix to focus on a project, these choices might not deliver instant gratification, but they pave the way for long-term satisfaction and success. Stoic philosophy has a lot to say about self-discipline. Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher, once wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." This powerful statement highlights the essence of self-discipline. It's about controlling our impulses, building self-discipline, emotions and actions despite the external temptations and distractions that life throws our way. Seneca offers wisdom on the subject too. He advises us to be steadfast and control our desires rather than being controlled by them. He understood that true freedom comes from within, from our ability to govern ourselves and our appetites. But why is self-discipline so critical? Aristotle, the ancient Greek philosopher, sheds light on this. He believed that we achieve excellence and virtue through habit. By practicing self-discipline, we cultivate habits that lead us toward our best selves. It's not about occasional acts of willpower, but about consistently making choices that reflect our values and goals. Building self-discipline also ties into modern psychological understanding. Carl Jung, a pioneer in psychology, emphasized the importance of integrating all aspects of our personality to live fully. This integration requires self-discipline, as we must navigate the desires of different parts of our psyche, choosing paths that contribute to our overall well-being and growth. So how can we build self-discipline in our daily lives? Start small. Pick one area you want to improve, whether it's your diet, exercise routine, or spending habits. Set clear, achievable goals and take it one day at a time. Remember, every time you make a choice that aligns with your goals, you're building the muscle of self-discipline. Epictetus reminds us, "No great thing is created suddenly." Self-discipline is built through small, consistent actions. It's about progress, not perfection. Every day presents new opportunities to practice self-discipline, to choose actions that move us closer to who we want to be. Building self-discipline is a journey. It's about finding balance between what we want now and what we want most. It's about making choices that might be hard in the moment, but will bring us closer to our goals, happiness, and peace in the long run. So let's commit to this journey together, supporting one another in choosing what's right, not what's easy. Remember, in the realm of self-discipline lies the path to achieving our dreams and living a life we truly love. When life throws its curveballs, we all experience a whirlwind of emotions. Feeling angry, sad, or frustrated is a natural part of being human. But here's the kicker. It's not just about the emotions we feel, it's about how we handle them. That's where the magic of emotional resilience comes in. Emotional resilience is like this superpower that allows us to navigate through life's storms with grace and come out stronger on the other side. It's about acknowledging our emotions, understanding them, and then taking positive steps to move forward rather than being swept away by the tide of our feelings. The Stoics had a lot to say about this. Marcus Aurelius, for example, reminds us, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. This profound insight touches the essence of emotional resilience. It's about recognizing that while we might not have control over what happens to us, we have control over how we respond. Developing emotional resilience. Our emotions don't have to control our actions. Seneca offers wisdom on facing adversity without losing our composure. He teaches that life's hardships are tests of our character and resilience. By facing our feelings with understanding and patience, we can grow wiser and more robust. But how do we develop this emotional resilience? It starts with self-awareness. Being mindful of our emotions and reactions helps us understand ourselves better. It's okay to feel what we're feeling, but instead of reacting impulsively, we can choose to respond in a way that aligns with our values and long-term well-being. Aristotle spoke about the golden mean, finding the balance between excess and deficiency. This concept applies beautifully to emotional resilience. It's about finding a balanced response to our emotions, not suppressing them or letting them overpower us. Carl Jung, a pioneer in psychology, emphasized the importance of integrating all aspects of our psyche to achieve wholeness. Part of this process involves confronting our emotions, understanding them, and learning from them. This is at the heart of developing emotional resilience. So what can you do when you're in the grip of strong emotions? First, give yourself permission to feel. Acknowledge your emotions without judgment. Then, take a step back and try to understand what triggered these feelings. This reflection can provide valuable insights into your emotional patterns and triggers. Epictetus said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This is a powerful reminder that our reactions to our emotions can shape our experiences. Instead of being reactive, we can choose to respond in a way that is constructive and healing. Developing emotional resilience is a journey. It involves practicing mindfulness, self-reflection, and patience. It's about building a toolkit of coping strategies like journaling, talking to a trusted friend, or practicing relaxation techniques. Most importantly, it's about treating yourself with kindness and compassion as you navigate through your emotions. Emotional resilience is not about never feeling negative emotions. It's about learning to ride the waves of those emotions with grace and coming out on the other side stronger and more self-aware. By developing emotional resilience, we empower ourselves to face life's challenges with courage and poise. Let's embrace this journey together, supporting each other in becoming more emotionally resilient and ultimately living a more fulfilling life. The Stoics, including great minds like Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus, used this concept not to create fear, but to inspire a deeper appreciation for every moment. They believed that by keeping the inevitability of death in mind, we would live more fully, consciously, and with gratitude for the present. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, often reflected on the transience of life, encouraging us to live in a way that's true to our values and to make the most of the time we're given. You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think, he wrote. This isn't about being morose. It's a call to action, a reminder to focus on what truly matters. Memento mori, remember you will die. To let go of petty concerns and to live with purpose and integrity. Seneca too spoke about the shortness of life, urging us not to waste time on trivialities, but to focus on creating a meaningful existence. He believed that being mindful of death encourages us to live more wisely and to cherish our relationships and experiences. Epictetus emphasized the importance of focusing on the present and making the best use of our time. By remembering that we won't live forever, we're more likely to live ethically and to appreciate the beauty and richness of life. But how can we incorporate memento mori into our own lives without it feeling like a dark cloud over our heads? It starts with shifting our perspective. Instead of seeing the awareness of death as something fearful, we can view it as a powerful motivator to live our lives to the fullest. It's about embracing the present, not postponing our dreams or happiness for some undefined future that's not guaranteed. Think about the things you've been putting off. Maybe it's pursuing a passion, reconnecting with loved ones, or simply taking time to appreciate the small joys of everyday life. Memento mori reminds us not to take our time for granted. It encourages us to live more authentically, to say what we mean, to love openly, and to be present in our lives. This concept also teaches us to appreciate the impermanence of life, which in turn deepens our gratitude for the moments we have. When we remember that our time is limited, we're more likely to cherish our experiences, to live more mindfully, and to express our gratitude for the people and moments that enrich our lives. So let's use memento mori not as a source of fear, but as a catalyst for growth, gratitude, and a deeper appreciation of life. Let it remind us to make choices that align with our deepest values, to cherish our relationships, and to savor the beauty of the present moment. Remembering that we will die one day encourages us to live more fully today. In embracing memento mori, we find a powerful reminder to live not in fear of death, but in celebration of life. Let's make every moment count, not because we're afraid of its end, but because we're in love with life itself. Let's live in a way that when our time does come, we can look back with no regrets, knowing we lived fully, loved deeply, and appreciated the incredible journey that life is. It's fascinating how such a simple concept can have a profound impact on our lives. It's about shifting our focus to what we have rather than dwelling on what we're missing. This practice can be a real game changer, especially on those days that feel like an uphill battle. The Stoics, wise as they were, had a lot to say about gratitude. They believed that happiness doesn't come from having more, but from appreciating what we already have. Marcus Aurelius often wrote about the importance of focusing on the present and finding joy in the simple things. He said, "When you arise in the morning, think of what a precious privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love." This is gratitude in its purest form, recognizing the value of life itself and the many gifts it offers us each day. Practicing gratitude. Seneca talked about how our desires can lead us astray, always chasing after more and never finding true satisfaction. He suggested that by focusing on what we have and understanding that the best things in life are already within our grasp, we can find real contentment. Epictetus, known for his practical approach to Stoic philosophy, encouraged his followers to appreciate their current circumstances, whatever they might be. He believed that by accepting and finding value in our present situation, we could live a more fulfilled life. But how do we practice gratitude, especially when life throws curveballs our way? It starts with making it a daily habit. Each morning or evening, take a moment to reflect on 3 things you're grateful for. It could be as simple as a warm cup of coffee, a conversation with a friend, or the beauty of a sunset. This practice helps to rewire our brains to focus on the positive, boosting our mood and overall outlook on life. Gratitude also means embracing the challenges and finding lessons within them. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" we can ask, "What can I learn from this?" This shift in perspective can help us appreciate our experiences, both good and bad, as valuable steps on our journey. Moreover, practicing gratitude helps us build stronger connections with others. By expressing appreciation for the people in our lives, we not only brighten their day, but also strengthen our relationships. A simple thank you can go a long way in showing someone that they're valued and loved. Aristotle spoke about the importance of recognizing the good in our lives and striving for a virtuous life. He believed that gratitude was a key part of achieving eudaimonia, or true happiness, as it allows us to appreciate the goodness around us and within ourselves. Even modern psychology supports the benefits of gratitude. Studies have shown that people who practice gratitude regularly experience less anxiety, sleep better, and have a more positive outlook on life. It's like Carl Jung said, the word happiness would lose its meaning if it were not balanced by sadness. By acknowledging and being grateful for the full spectrum of our experiences, we find a deeper, more authentic form of happiness. So let's make gratitude a cornerstone of our daily lives. Let's celebrate the small victories, cherish the moments of connection, and find joy in the simple pleasures. By focusing on what we have, not what we're missing, we can cultivate a sense of abundance and happiness that shines from within. Remember, it's not happiness that brings us gratitude. It's gratitude that brings us happiness. Let's fill our glasses half full, raise them high, and toast to the beauty of gratitude in our lives. Cheers to finding the silver lining, even on the cloudiest of days. The Stoics had a profound understanding of personal excellence. They believed that excellence, or virtue, is the sole good, and that everything we do should aim towards living a virtuous life. Marcus Aurelius, for instance, is a prime example of someone who strived for personal excellence. He once said, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." This simple yet powerful statement encapsulates the essence of personal excellence. It's about embodying the values we admire and striving to live by them every day. Focusing on personal excellence. Seneca emphasized the importance of self-improvement and learning. He advocated for a life lived in accordance with nature and reason, suggesting that true excellence comes from within and is reflected in our actions and choices. Epictetus highlighted the role of personal responsibility in achieving excellence. He taught that our reactions, our emotions, and our will are within our control, and mastering them is key to living a life of virtue. But what does focusing on personal excellence look like in our day-to-day lives? It starts with setting personal standards based on our values and aspirations, not societal expectations or the achievements of others. It's about knowing who we are, understanding our strengths and weaknesses, and taking consistent steps towards improvement. Personal excellence is also about resilience. It's about how we respond to setbacks and failures, not just our successes. Like Aristotle said, excellence is never an accident. It is always the result of high intention, sincere effort, and intelligent execution. It represents the wise choice of many alternatives. Choice, not chance, determines your destiny. This means embracing challenges as opportunities to learn and grow, rather than seeing them as obstacles. Moreover, focusing on personal excellence involves cultivating a growth mindset, a concept championed by modern psychology. It's the belief that our abilities and intelligence can be developed through dedication and hard work. This mindset encourages us to embrace challenges, persist in the face of setbacks, and see effort as a path to mastery. Personal excellence also means living authentically. It's about being true to ourselves and our values, even when it's not easy. It's about making choices that reflect who we are and who we want to be, and taking pride in our journey, including the struggles and the triumphs. Practicing gratitude, as we discussed earlier, ties into personal excellence too. By appreciating what we have and where we are on our journey, we foster a positive outlook that supports our growth and well-being. So let's commit to focusing on personal excellence. Let's set our own standards, embrace our unique paths, and take pride in our progress. Remember, it's not about being perfect. It's about being proud of who we are and how we live. It's about celebrating our efforts, learning from our experiences, and always striving to be the best versions of ourselves. Together, let's make personal excellence not just a goal, but a way of life. In a world saturated with social media, where likes, follows, and comments often dictate our self-worth, it's easy to fall into the trap of valuing ourselves through the lens of others' opinions. But here's a liberating truth. Your worth isn't based on external validation. It's about being true to yourself, embracing your authenticity, and living in alignment with your values. The Stoics, those ancient philosophers we keep turning to for timeless wisdom, had a lot to say about this. They taught that our inner peace and freedom come from focusing on what's within our control, our actions, our thoughts, our integrity, not the fluctuating opinions of others, not caring what others think. Marcus Aurelius wisely stated, "I have often wondered how it is that every man loves himself more than all the rest of men, but yet sets less value on his own opinion of himself than on the opinions of others." This striking observation highlights the paradox many of us live with, valuing others' judgments over our own self-assessment. Seneca echoed this sentiment by emphasizing the importance of living a life true to oneself, not one shaped by the expectations or approval of others. He believed that true contentment comes from within, from living a life that's congruent with our principles and values. Epictetus taught that worrying about others' opinions is outside our control and therefore not worth our energy. He encouraged focusing instead on our own actions and on living virtuously, as that's where our true power lies. So how can we start caring less about what others think and more about being true to ourselves? First, it's about understanding that you are the author of your life story. You have the power to define your worth, not society, not your social media followers, nor the people around you. It's about grounding your self-esteem in who you are, the values you stand for, the kindness you spread, and the effort you put into being your best self. Second, practice self-reflection. Ask yourself, whose life am I living? Am I making choices based on my desires, or am I trying to fit into someone else's mold? Reflecting on these questions can help realign your actions with your true self. Third, embrace vulnerability. Being true to yourself means being open about your flaws and all, understanding that perfection is an illusion. It's okay to be a work in progress, making mistakes and learning from them. This authenticity attracts the right people into your life, those who appreciate the real you. Moreover, remember the words of Aristotle, who spoke about the golden mean, finding balance in life. Applying this to our concern for others' opinions, it's about finding a healthy balance between considering constructive feedback and maintaining our autonomy and self-worth. Incorporating a Stoic mindset into our lives means understanding that our worth is determined by our virtues, our actions, and our commitment to living a meaningful life, not by external accolades or approval. It's about building a strong inner fortress that remains unshaken by the fleeting opinions of others. Let's commit to valuing ourselves for who we truly are, not for the likes, follows, or approval we receive. Let's be courageous in our authenticity, living lives that resonate with our deepest truths. Remember, your worth is inherent and unique, and by being true to yourself, you shine your light in the most genuine way possible. Let's not just navigate life, but thrive in it, with the confidence that comes from knowing we are living authentically, aligned with our values and true to ourselves. Here's the thing: accepting change is not just necessary, it's vital for our growth and happiness. The reality is, the only constant in life is change. Learning to go with the flow and embrace life's inevitable shifts makes navigating through them less scary and more of an adventure. The Stoics, accepting change, had an incredibly healthy perspective on change. They saw it as a natural part of the universe's rhythm. Marcus Aurelius said, "Accept whatever comes to you woven in the pattern of your destiny, for what could more aptly fit your needs?" This profound acceptance of change as part of the fabric of life helps us understand that each change, whether we perceive it as good or bad, has its place in our story. Seneca taught that becoming too attached to our current circumstances can lead to disappointment, because inevitably those circumstances will change. He advised us to be flexible and to understand that change is not just a part of life, but a necessary component of our personal development and happiness. Epictetus encouraged us to distinguish between what we can control and what we can't. He pointed out that while we can't control external events, we can control our attitudes towards them. This mindset is incredibly empowering when it comes to dealing with change. It's about focusing on our responses, finding the opportunities for growth within the change, and moving forward with resilience. But how can we become more accepting of change? First, by acknowledging that change is inevitable. It's the natural order of things. Everything around us is in a constant state of flux. Seasons change, people come and go, and our very cells are renewing themselves as we speak. Embracing change means embracing life itself. Second, by practicing mindfulness. Being present in the moment allows us to appreciate our current experiences without clinging to them. This awareness creates a space for acceptance when those experiences inevitably evolve or come to an end. Third, by seeking the lessons in change. Every shift in our lives, no matter how challenging, comes with opportunities to learn and grow. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" we can ask, "What can I learn from this?" This shift in perspective can turn the challenges of change into stepping stones for personal development. Aristotle spoke about the importance of pursuing a virtuous life as the key to happiness. Part of virtue is adaptability, the ability to navigate life's changes with grace and wisdom. It's about finding balance and harmony within the flux of life. Modern psychology supports this Stoic approach to change. Viewing change as an opportunity rather than a threat can significantly reduce our stress and anxiety levels. It can enhance our resilience, making us better equipped to handle whatever life throws our way. Let's remind ourselves that change is not just something to endure, but to welcome as a natural, enriching part of our journey. By accepting change, we open ourselves to new experiences, growth, and the beautiful unfolding of our unique paths in life. Remember, going with the flow isn't about passivity. It's about actively engaging with life in its full, dynamic complexity. Let's navigate the currents of change with courage, grace, and a heart open to the endless possibilities that change brings. Despite our differences, we're all in this together, navigating the complex journey of life. By fostering an understanding and caring attitude towards others, we contribute to making the world a kinder. Practicing compassion and empathy. More loving place. The Stoics, those ancient philosophers who continue to enlighten us with their timeless wisdom, placed great importance on the virtues of compassion and empathy. They believed in the interconnectedness of all humans and taught that kindness and understanding towards others are essential aspects of living a virtuous life. Marcus Aurelius, for instance, reminded us that human beings are social creatures by nature, meant to live in harmony and cooperation with one another. He said, "What brings no benefit to the hive brings none to the bee." This beautifully illustrates the idea that our well-being is intrinsically linked to the well-being of others. Seneca emphasized the importance of treating others with kindness and generosity. He argued that compassion is a natural human instinct and that by helping others, we also help ourselves. In his writings, Seneca encourages us to extend our empathy even to those who have wronged us, understanding that they too are acting out of their own struggles and limitations. Epictetus taught that we should strive to understand others' perspectives, recognizing that everyone has their reasons for their actions. This doesn't mean condoning harmful behavior, but rather approaching others with a mindset of empathy, seeking to understand their experiences and viewpoints. But how can we practice compassion and empathy in our daily lives? It starts with listening, truly listening to the stories, experiences, and feelings of those around us. It's about putting ourselves in their shoes, imagining their struggles, their joys, their fears, and their hopes. This act of understanding can bridge the gap between us, fostering a sense of connection and shared humanity. Another way to cultivate compassion and empathy is through acts of kindness, no matter how small. A smile, a kind word, a listening ear. These can all make a significant difference in someone's day. By being present and attentive to others, we signal that they matter, that their feelings and experiences are valid and important. Practicing compassion and empathy also means being there for others in times of need, offering support and understanding without judgment. It's about recognizing the value and dignity of every person, regardless of our differences. The ancient philosopher Aristotle spoke about the importance of friendship and the role of empathy in building strong, meaningful relationships. He believed that true friends not only share in each other's joys, but also in their sorrows, supporting each other with empathy and understanding. Modern psychology supports the Stoic emphasis on compassion and empathy, showing that these virtues not only enhance our relationships, but also our own emotional well-being. By caring for others, we foster a sense of belonging, purpose, and happiness in our own lives. Let's remind ourselves that behind every face is a story, behind every action is a reason, and that by understanding and caring for each other, we make the world a kinder, gentler place. In doing so, we not only enrich the lives of those around us, but also find deeper fulfillment and joy in our own lives. Together, let's spread kindness like confetti, creating ripples of compassion that transform the world, one act of empathy at a time. Reflecting and reviewing regularly. This is about taking a pause, a real, meaningful pause, to look back on our actions, our thoughts, and the paths we've tread. It's about growth, introspection, and aligning our lives with our deepest values. In a world that's always rushing forward, this practice is our anchor, ensuring we're not just being swept away, but are sailing in the direction that's true to us. The Stoics, with their profound insights into human nature, placed immense value on the practice of reflection. Marcus Aurelius, in his personal writings, which we now treasure as meditations, offered a model of this practice. He didn't just rule an empire. He took the time to examine his life, his decisions, and his moral compass. Through writing, he saw this reflection as essential to living a life of virtue and purpose. "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts," he wrote, reminding us that our internal dialogue shapes our external reality. Seneca recommended regular self-assessment as a way to foster self-improvement and wisdom. He likened life to a play, suggesting that we periodically review our roles and performances. Are we acting in harmony with the character we wish to embody? Are our actions reflective of the script we value, the script of our lives? Epictetus encouraged his students to end each day with a review of their actions and attitudes. This wasn't about self-criticism, but about self-awareness and growth. He urged us to ask ourselves, what did I do well? What did I do wrong? What duties left undone? Through such questions, we can steer our lives more consciously, making adjustments that bring us closer to our ideals. But how do we incorporate this Stoic practice of reflection and review into our modern lives? First, by making it a habit. Dedicate a few minutes each day, perhaps before bedtime, to reflect on your day. What were your victories? Where did you face challenges, and how did you respond? This practice can start as a mental exercise, but writing it down can enhance its benefits, giving you a tangible record of your journey. Second, use reflection as a tool for gratitude. In reviewing your day, also take note of the moments, no matter how small, that brought you joy or gratitude. This balances our natural tendency to focus on the negative, cultivating a more positive outlook on life. Third, approach this practice with kindness. Reflection is not about berating yourself for mistakes, but about recognizing them as opportunities for learning and growth. Be as understanding and supportive to yourself as you would be to a dear friend. Aristotle spoke about the importance of living a reflective life. He believed that true wisdom comes from understanding ourselves, our actions, and our place in the world. This reflection is the essence of living an examined life, one that's in accordance with virtue and excellence. In modern psychology, the benefits of regular reflection are well documented, showing improvements in mental health, clarity of purpose, and personal growth. Reflecting on our experiences helps us process emotions, learn from our actions, and make more informed decisions moving forward. Let's commit to this practice of reflecting and reviewing regularly. Let it be our guidepost, ensuring that we're not just passively experiencing life, but actively shaping it according to our values. By taking the time to look back, we gain the insight needed to move forward more aligned, more aware, and more in tune with the essence of who we are and who we aspire to be. Let's cherish this journey of introspection, for it is in knowing ourselves that we find the path to true fulfillment and joy. Each of these lessons from Stoicism isn't just ancient wisdom. They're life hacks that can help us deal with stress, make better decisions, and find peace in chaos. Remember, it's not the challenges along the way that define us, but the strength we find in facing them, the wisdom we gather, and the compassion we share. Each step, each reflection, each act of kindness is a brushstroke in the masterpiece that is your life. So let's not just exist, let's live vibrantly, purposefully, authentically. As we part ways today, I encourage you not to let the inspiration end here. On the screen, you'll find a playlist that's a treasure trove of wisdom, stories, and strategies to help you navigate life's twists and turns with grace and resilience. Click on it, dive deeper, and continue to sculpt the most authentic version of yourself. Together, let's keep growing, keep reflecting, and keep embracing the beautiful complexity of life. Thank you for sharing this time with me. Until we meet again, remember to live not just for the applause, but for the cause of being your most genuine self. Take care and see you on the next step of our journey.